All right, she's having some technical issues. Post a link on the outside. We'll join in a minute. Lucy, did you guys this morning? I had a hangout going, but there was a guy that came in. Did he like blast music or whatever that was?
I don't know. The last one I was on this morning, somebody logged in and just kicked everybody, like sniping or whatever they call it. I don't know, whatever.
Oh.
And so I don't know what happened after that. And then me, and I can't remember the guy's name. I recognize it when I see. You know the guy who has like the picture of splitting DNA for a symbol? I can't think of his name right now.
Yeah, Odin, you mean?
Yeah, me and him. He started just a private hangout, him and IBS for a little bit afterwards, because we both got kicked. And everything, and I don't know where it went from there.
That's weird. I mean, I gave all of you mods. Basically, almost everyone except MMA had mods.
Yeah. But it was like, let's see.
I mean, what I heard when I listened to the playback was some guy playing obnoxiously loud music.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he did after he kicked people, but somebody kicked a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Have no idea where it went from there. And I tried to log, of course, tried to log back in, and it showed you as blocked, whatever.
Right. Yeah. Then you were kicked, probably. Yeah. I mean, I fell asleep. I personally.
Yeah.
I came back
kind
and
of figured.
it's like it's empty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah, shit.
Sometimes it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
So I'll tell you guys my last couple weeks, if anyone's interested.
What was that?
I mean, sure. I got laid off from my job. Basically, they had this company that I worked for. One second. Sorry, the company I work for. Basically, they had their main contract that they were making a ton of money, like hand over fist money on. And what happened was they were charging the customer a lot of money for this contract. And as a result, they went up for recompete, and the competitor, and this is like a multi-million-dollar contract, like maybe even like $1 billion or something like that. The company that they were up against, underbid and won, right? And it's almost like you way underballed it. Like, how did you win it? Whatever. Now, the company I worked for had this contract for like 15 years or whatever, and they knew it inside out, whatever. What they did in the meantime with all the cash that they had was they started acquiring other companies and trying to grow their business in this way. It created a lot of inefficiencies and problems, but nobody cared because, dude, they had this other contract that was making, money hand over fist, like I said. Well, about a year ago, or maybe less, they lost that #1 contract. So now their #1 contract they've lost. And as a result, they have all these crappy companies under them that don't make any money, and they started to slowly let people go, including at first round my boss. The second round I didn't hear about, but there was another round of layoffs, and finally it was my turn and I was laid off. So they went like organization to organization, and they laid off people who were duplicates, quote unquote. And I was only two people in the company did what I did do, and they laid us both off. Or no, they laid me off. Sorry. So I came home. I was like, crap, I don't have a job anymore, or whatever. I had like 2 weeks severance, and that was that. Well, I just now, as of today, got another job that I formally accepted. So I'll be starting that in 2 weeks, inshallah. It's a further drive, but it's a step up, and there's a lot more benefits to it, and in that respect, it's very good. And they're going to pay for some of the training that I want to do, and it should be good. So I'm happy. It's kind of like a blessing in disguise. I realized like as soon as I was let off, I was like, this isn't bad. This is a blessing in disguise. So yeah, so yeah, I'll be starting that very soon. 2 weeks.
It's great.
Yeah. I bored both of you guys.
No, that's cool. I mean, it's just like my brother used to work for Boeing.
Mm-hmm.
He had tenure, had been there long enough, and they were supervisor, all this and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a thing with these big companies like Lockheed Martin and stuff, and even though and they'll sit there and bid on the same contracts all the time,
Mm-hmm.
The planes my brother was working on was well, he wasn't actually working on it, he was supervisor at that point, but the the inner refuelers is the fuel tankers basically. And I can't remember what they call it. I think it's a C-130, I forget, but anyway, Lockheed Martin got the contract one time.
Mm-hmm.
These contracts can be 2 years to a decade, depending on, I don't know the details of it, but when Lockheed Martin got the contract, they didn't have the tooling, all the specialized equipment set up for working on it, so they subbed it back to Boeing.
Okay.
And this went on for years, before Lockheed could actually handle it. When you get into the really big companies like that,
they do stuff
that
like
stuff
that.
happens all the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes it's bizarre the way it works sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah. And
two competitors will work together.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of people got laid off when that happened initially, but it was only certain type people. And at one time, Boeing decided we're going to subcontract a certain list of projects on this. So they subcontracted. This was years before that. And each person was given an option. You can stay with the new company, the contractor hire you directly, or you can get 2 months severance and take off. Well, the few that did stay with the new company ended up staying a couple of months and getting laid off. They only wanted them there long enough to train their guys, and that was it. So the guys who took severance actually got a better deal. You get some weird stuff like.
Let me ask. In that industry, is a month, 2 months? Is that enough time to find a job?
Yeah, it really is, because.
Sorry, if this is being too loud, let me know. I'll unmute myself.
Yeah, it just depends on the position someone has in the company. Actually, if you actually have your airframe license, or power plant license, or both, AMP license, and you can also get, different radio certifications and electronic type jobs and stuff. It depends on what your training is.
Yeah.
But it's it's U.S. It's not just U.S. military, because it converts over to other areas, like if you're even if all you do is airframe, which means basically everything but the power plant and electronics and all that. Of course, the hydraulics is a separate deal and stuff like that. But you can go work. You can go work for private industry, working on Piper Cubs for that matter. It's all sheet metal, basically. I mean, it's all, but you have to,
Did you say radio earlier, if I heard you correctly?
Yeah, my brother actually, he got a raise. They and I don't. You can get certain radio certifications.
I have a ham radio license. I got it recently. Like 3 weeks ago now, or 2 weeks ago, or whatever it was.
Well, on aircraft, the radio certification isn't. It pertains to the. I can't remember exactly. My brother told me what it was. He went. Basically, you can get a certification and get a raise, even if you don't actually use it, as long as it's related to the field, sort of.
Yeah, that's very common in industry. That's common in a lot of industries, like mine as well.
Yeah. So he got this. I can't remember. He told me what it was, the radio certification. I don't remember what it was, but it doesn't qualify him to operate a ham radio. It's not, but it's he can't. I can't. It's something specific to aircraft. I don't remember what it was now, but it was a type of radio operator's license, but not a ham.
Yeah, there's different kinds. There's different frequency bands that There's some that you will never be able to access unless, if as a ham, you have to get specific whatever. And I was thinking about this, by the way. I really don't do stuff I shouldn't be doing. In fact, the devices I have can't do that. One of them's a single band, the other one's a dual band. It's within the frequencies I'm allocated to use. But I was just thinking anybody could just get on the radio and just start transmitting and be like, screw it. What are you gonna do, FCC? Find me? It's not even worth the money to find me. I'm on some random ham band that no one's gonna, or frequency rather, that no one's gonna mess with. And I was just thinking I didn't really have to get licensed if I didn't really want to.
Yeah.
Okay, if you transmit on some high HF frequency, what the hell's gonna happen?
Well, it's kind of weird. You think about it. It's kind of like a lot of the FCC regulation type stuff. It's like it's kind of like your wattage limit and all the all the BS involved in it and all that and everything. It's just like in the old days of CB radios. People used to constantly exceed that, Yeah. Because it's like, who's going to track down old Billy Bob back there in the backwoods doing his thing? Nobody gives a damn,
Yeah, exactly. They're bands that nobody cares about. That's why they're just and they're not even that good. In terms of their transmission, CB bands or whatever.
Yeah.
I take that back, actually. You know what? I retract that comment. Aren't they closer to the HF bands?
I don't remember now. I mean, I haven't messed with that crap. I used to know guys that got into the CB thing and then therefore got into the ham radio thing and worked their way up, getting better certifications, all that crap.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that much of it. It's like when they talk about the 1 meter and the 3 meter and whatever, I don't know what they're talking about.
Oh yeah, take whatever range or whatever their distance they're talking about, and multiply it by 3, followed by 6 zeros, and I think that's the band. That's the frequency that they're talking about.
Oh, okay.
The only people who talk about radio waves in terms of band wavelength are ham people. Nobody else does that. Everyone else talks about in frequencies.
Yeah.
It's such an antiquated way to phrase it. But the ham world, the guys who would do it are in their 50s and 60s and whatever. So, I mean, people. I'm 32. People my age don't care about ham radio anymore.
Yeah, it's really not that big a deal. Except, I mean, there are weird things on it nowadays, but nobody actually cares. It's kind of like one of the ironic things to me. What I found is odd when I started getting into computers more back in the DOS days was that your local BBS would run and actually take. They didn't call it wasn't email. It was called packet mail back then.
Okay.
And basically, you could mail a sort of like a similar to an email to Germany, and at certain times, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. or something like that, that BBS, there was one in San Antonio called the German Connection, because the area surrounding San Antonio was populated by Germans.
Oh, I get what's happening here. So in other words, you leave a message, and then you leave like a bunch of messages, and the BBS will call Germany and deliver all the messages.
Yeah, and basically, it's back then it was sent through packet mail, which is sent through ham radio signal,
Really?
and it was relayed from one to another. And ham radio is what got the worldwide, was the earlier worldwide communication, where you didn't have to go through a phone line. You didn't, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Although locally you use a phone line to connect to a BBS, and then when the internet came, it was like there were all these BBSs running, and they slowly shut down. Some converted to websites, and all that.
Right. I was actually there for part of that, like the very, very tail end, like late 2000 or early 2000s. I witnessed some of that, some of the BBSs. But like, I guess it's like, why were people still running them? I think it was just for legacy purposes. But it was. But no, it was. I mean, technology is always evolving, and I think ham radio. I think my generation kind of doesn't see any point to it. Like, it's interesting, but I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Certain foods when I eat, I feel like vomiting, so I have to eat something sweet.
Yeah, and the thing nowadays is that, like, if you take from the old BBS days when some of the companies got together and created images to begin with, which the early images were GIFs. Well, they were more simplistic, raw and stuff ones, but GIFs sort of, or some people call them GIFs, whatever the fuck.
Right.
It started a standard. And a lot of people don't know H&R Block invested in that because they wanted to be able to transmit image photographs scanned for promoting selling houses. H&R Block is invested in real estate, not just Texas. And there were a bunch of them that actually invested in trying to get the technology going for, and then JPEG is a compressed, originally was a compressed GIF.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't load a JPEG. You had to have a program to decompress it before you could view it. Then they wrote viewers that would, and it's progressed sort of like the way processors did, you got up to a 33 megahertz. Well, let's multiply that time, put a multiplier in there times 4, to kick it up to 133 megahertz. And same thing, and once you get so far in technology, all of a sudden you see the method to where all of a sudden, boom, we're running 3 gigahertz machines. And the same thing happened. The basis of packet mail from the old ham radios days is rather antiquated, but you see that's how we got the communication we have now. Yeah,
it was its own step. Yeah.
And
the soldiers of giants, or whatever the expression is.
Yeah, and it's the same thing we do today. Is the next generation computers coming out, as they keep progressing and everything, as well as different differences in communication method. One of the bigger things in that is to protect from well, just like we have cybercrime type, hackers and bullshit and identity theft stuff that'll try to catch your crap, and trying to protect against that, trying to keep an open and free communication as best we can without restricting it, and what it's kind of like what the fairness doctrine did to old radio waves was really good. It served its purpose.
I'm going to ask you what
But
the Fairness Doctrine is in just 1 second. I realize I'm connected to the wrong Wi-Fi. Can you give me just 30 seconds?
okay, sure.
Sorry. Let me just there we go. Oh, I'm back on. Wow, that was like instantaneous. Sorry,
Yep.
what was the Fairness Doctrine?
The Fairness Doctrine. If you ever see really old newscasts like Barbara Walters, Walter Cronkite, I mean, really old black and white type, you know.
Uh-huh.
If you ever watch an old newscast like that, you'll notice that they very much seem very rigid, just the facts kind of
Yeah,
newscasting.
it's very different.
Because, yeah, and the reason was the Fairness Doctrine. There was, in order for you to start, because everything was over the airways controlled by the FCC,
Mhm.
in America at least. I don't know what other countries did to control it. I'm sure they did, but the so in order for you to have a radio station or a TV station, you had to show that you were a benefit to the community to
Mhm.
keep increasing your wattage output. You know, where you have like there was a
Right.
radio station in San Antonio that started off at 10,000 watts, and they wouldn't let them go above that for a long time until they felt that they'd proven that they provided community service like the emergency alert system
Mhm.
and things like that. Well, on TV as well as radio, the news, they lost money on the news. They didn't make money on it. It cost them money as a community service for for maintaining their license.
Why would it cost money
Well,
to make the news? Because there's no commercials or something?
well, no, there's commercials in it, but nobody wanted to buy. Commercial didn't make that much money during that because you know it it just wasn't as profitable as watching the amount of
Entertainment.
money that, yeah, entertainment basic, yeah. Well, and I don't remember the exact details, but between 1988 they started not enforcing the um, parts of the Fairness Doctrine. By 92 they'd abolished the whole thing altogether.
Mhm.
So that what it did is that's when companies started making money off of news, and that's right around the time like CNN came out, things like that, and
Mhm.
also the fact I don't know how much trouble they had regulating, because in the early days of cable they couldn't regulate cable because it wasn't broadcast; it was
Right.
transmitted through. Yeah, so it didn't.
Can they still regulate cable? Is cable regulated?
Yeah, it is, but I don't know how. I don't know. I don't remember because I know there's. If you ever look on a cable bill, which I don't have. I have internet only, but you'll
Yeah.
see federal tax on it. So
Mhm.
they got their hand in there somehow. I don't know how much. But basically,
Oh.
around that time is when you noticed the news quit being news. The news is now entertainment.
Infotainment. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and so it creates a lot of problems. That's
Yeah.
why, I mean, used to, and like when I was growing up, if you saw the news, if they were going to have an editorial opinion, they had to clearly distinguish, just like in a newspaper. There'd be a section where they'd write, "This is this is the editorial opinion. This does not
Mhm.
express the actual facts of the matter." Da da da, whatever, and then they
Yeah.
would state that. Well, same thing. Well, by getting rid of the Fairness Doctrine, they could have 100% opinionated news, where used to they couldn't,
So,
because
are you?
it'd be so.
Do you seem to? It sounds like you support the Fairness Doctrine.
Well, for the time back then, it wasn't perfect because they didn't exactly abide by it. I mean, it wasn't like they couldn't twist the news even then to serve
Mhm.
their purposes. Um, but um, basically, the alternative, which I mean, we have no choice for now because the way the internet works, websites like The Onion and things like that, and websites that are like The Onion, but people don't know that they are like The Onion. You
Really,
know,
that exists?
there's a lot of satire sites that people don't realize. I've heard people give me information, say, "Did you hear about whatever?" You know, and then I'll look up the website and say, "Well, yeah, it's satire." You know.
Mhm.
Um, well, the same thing is, you know, the opinions you get about all kinds of stuff. Difference is you actually have to learn to think about what you heard, not just assume that it's, you know, automatically true. You know what I mean?
There's a couple things that
'Cause-
I've noticed about the news that are really problematic.
yeah,
If I could just enumerate them, like the
yeah,
news
that's
I've
fine.
noticed nowadays is it's primarily entertainment based, and um, they're not actually going for facts. They're going for what they can sell, and on this is something actually I've heard from multiple sources. Is that let's suppose like there's some opinion you want to get an interview with the police commission, right? Making that up, just whatever. And you publish a story that's very critical of the police commission. So you totally trash them, right? Now, what happens is that that might be like a really good story, but then the next time you need a source, the police commission is not going to talk to you. So therefore, what people will do is they will not trash the police commission. They might say some critical things here and there, but if they significantly alienate the police, I'm just using them as an example, but if they significantly alienate their source and they criticize too much, then that source will retaliate and say, I'm not interested in talking to you because all you do is trash me in the news. So therefore, there's a doctrine, and it's an unspoken doctrine, of do not significantly alienate people who we rely on for information. So, and this has actually been like, I've heard people, multiple people, like I said this. As a result, what happens is that our news tends to be like unintentionally propaganda. So if there's an entity like an agency or a official source that says this is what happened, we take it as gospel and we don't question it. We don't say, well, that's what they say. Let's see what these people say. We say, no, no, no. That's what those people are saying, but now we know for a fact that XYZ is true because it's been officially published. So
yeah,
that kind of problem is very problematic. I think also it creates like in the past, if you looked at like the Vietnam War, for example, and I mean I wasn't around back then. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but there was a ground swelling of opinion against the war, whereas in the wars nowadays we have a jingoistic attitude, and the reason why is because we don't have a media that's going to push back and do some serious research into it. Instead, it's like, hey, dude, this is going to be great. Like we're going to show TV and people getting bombed and whatever. It's going to be awesome. So
yeah, yeah. It's kind. Some of that's kind of weird because I mean, the fact of the matter is because of the nature of the way communication works nowadays, mass communication, whether it's through, you know, Fox News, CNN, or anything like that, or websites that are dedicated to that type of stuff. Um, you have to be able to question it. I mean,
yeah,
this thing of not being taught not to question is a really bad idea. You need to question it and see if it could make sense. Because a lot of the stuff they say,
mhm.
depending on the source, if you think about it for like 5 minutes, you figure out that not only doesn't make sense, it can't. You know.
I'll take
So
that a step further. Sorry, I keep on interrupting you.
yeah, gosh, that's cool. Yeah,
I'll take that a step further. I would even say that a lot of people who think that they are free thinking are not really free thinking.
well, I see that too. I actually see that. I see that from religious people who it's not and it's not a religious thing actually though, but because the term free thinking tends to be used, you know, for there are free thinking groups that are actually atheist groups calling
Right.
using the term free thinker, but it's also there are people who are religious who seem really open minded and everything in
Mhm.
regards to their understanding of the world and everything, and but they make mistakes too. Just I mean, we all make
Right.
mistakes. It's kind of
Right.
like learning to question things and test whether or not something makes sense. And
Mhm.
I mean, any piece of news you hear, two sides of the story, which is the old adage, whatever. It's
Yeah.
it's that why this angle? You know,
I don't understand.
like it's not just that one person says like will broadcast the news or and saying one thing and someone else will say something different, and you have to figure out the two. There's actually sources behind them.
Hmm.
You know, it's but thing is people sometimes take it to the point of conspiracy, which is like not a place to go, but to to question it. It's kind of like when um Ron Paul was running for president type crap.
Hmm.
He was actually still pretty well in the runnings, and the news simply quit
They
reporting
just
on him.
stopped scoring. Yeah, they just,
Yeah,
and the same
yeah,
thing happened with Bernie Sanders too.
yeah. And Bernie Sanders got screwed, and it was blatantly obvious. And
Yeah,
to me, it was blatantly obvious with Ron Paul as well.
yeah,
And the that all of a sudden they just dropped him. It wasn't that his
yeah,
numbers were that horrible. They just decided, well, if we don't report it, people will assume he's out.
yeah. And
And
they have control, in other words.
yeah, and this happens all the time. And I mean, basically, it all has to do with marketing,
Yeah,
you know. And marketing isn't always, but can be propaganda. You
yeah.
know, I mean, you don't really need that T-shirt with big smiley face, but I sure would like you to buy it, and I have a website for it. You know, I mean,
By the way, I was going
you
to
know,
say I actually have noticed um, when I was saying when I was talking about the free thinker thing, I actually kind of was talking about a lot of atheists do, from my experience, have kind of claimed the mantra of being free thinking, and I don't think they really are. I think it's kind of more like that's the like the buzzword that's used today. So I kind of was speaking about them, but it was not only them though. I think it's I think a lot of people they don't realize that our what we're taught is clearly like controlled. I'll give you an example. I read this morning that there was this lady from um, I forgot where she's from, but she refuses to play chess with Iran, right? And the reason why is because Iran, her argument was that Iran forces women to wear the hijab, and that's oppressing and taking away their rights and stuff like that. Well, there's two things I would say to that. The first one is, why are we criticizing Iran? Why aren't we criticizing Saudi Arabia? Right? Saudi Arabia does the same thing. In fact, Iran
yeah,
is quote unquote more liberal than Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi Arabia is our friend. So why would the American media report against Saudi Arabia? If they were going to do that, they would significantly alienate uh, like the White House, and then they wouldn't get people from the White House coming to them because they would say, you guys have criticized Saudi Arabia. You know, screw Iran, they're our enemy, but Saudi Arabia cannot be criticized. That's the first thing. But the second thing I would say is, where's the criticism against France that prohibited women from, that actually takes away women's choices to actually cover and to wear a scarf and stuff like that. So in other words, what we're taught, so people who are quote unquote free thinking, they're going to say, look, I'm a free thinking, educated individual. I'm going to criticize Iran, and okay, that makes sense. But are you really so free thinking? Like, you came to that conclusion because you were coached into that conclusion. You're not really free thinking. You think you are, but you're not really free thinking. That's kind of my observation.
yeah. I think a lot of that is really understanding what you know. Unfortunately, a lot of people aren't going to go to the trouble, but actually understanding logic and critical thinking and stuff like that, and you always have to understand. Even like me living in Texas, and I mean more specifically, me living in the exact location within the environment the culture that I live within in Texas and everything. I have to understand that anything I view from anywhere else, and
Mm-hmm.
even and in some cases even from my local area, I
Mm-hmm.
have to realize I may have a bias there.
Without even realizing it.
Yeah, you have to think.
Yeah, and that, same thing for me.
It,
Same thing for
it's
me.
it's kind of like you have to go out of your way to recognize your bias in this.
Yeah, your own biases, and even when you
Yeah,
think that you're
yeah,
free thinking, like you aren't really free thinking.
yeah. I
Even if
mean,
you think that you're being logical and like everyone I've talked to under the sun, everyone says that they are using reason and logic. Everyone. And yet everyone seems to be coming to different conclusions.
Yeah, it's one of those weird things where no matter who you ask about something, no matter who you ask, if you ask them if they think they're right, well, they wouldn't think what they think if they thought they were wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
Who's
so it has to be. So,
Sorry.
but realizing that there can be a bias in there is more difficult to get people to recognize.
There was a study that said it's easier to convince people of falsehood than it is to convince people that they've been lied to. And I've seen that personally.
Well, it's the same thing as like when you get into these, the more, it's kind of like, I know atheists that believe in Reiki massage.
In what?
Reiki massage. Reiki massage is holding your hand about a foot or so off of someone and using your energy to help them, to cure them. It's not a massage. It's not a massage at all. It's it's bullshit. But if they were thinking that skeptically, they're not necessarily critical or skeptical thinkers because they claim to be atheists or free thinkers, whatever they call themselves, because they're susceptible to the same things that everybody else is. Believing in supernatural things. It's kind of like the unfortunately, I've been on vacation this week, and I was looking through Amazon Prime and clicked on a short movie thing to watch just because I was bored, and unfortunately, I watched it. It was this lady in Australia who's going around trying to convince her son that she's helping people who have been contacted by aliens, and it's like she really believes it. But I did notice that one of the things where she went, she was signing books too, which makes me skeptical about whether or not she really believes it. I can't tell what's in her head, but that's what she says. Well, there are people who claim to be free thinkers who believe other things. There are people there are people that are atheists who also believe just as ridiculous things in similar ways. It's kind of like jingoism type thinking goes on a lot more than people want to admit. But most people don't think that much about why they hold the opinions they do.
They think that they are the exception to the rule. One of the things I often ask people is, or not often, but I've asked people this a couple times, is, are the people from North Korea crazy? And they'll be like, yeah, they're brainwashed. And I'll say, what's funny about that is that they probably think you're brainwashed. And they probably think they're completely rational, and they have education, and they've gotten an unbiased, neutral perspective on the topics, and they've done the research, and clearly North Korea is the best country in the world, and damn you for saying otherwise. And you've just fallen for the propaganda of the rest of the world, and they think the same thing, and it's like, I mean, I do think that North Korea is in a crappy situation, but frankly, that's only because of the facts I've been given on the topic.
Yeah, I watched this last week when I was like bored. There's where they were from. I'm trying to remember where they're from. They were South Koreans that were adopted into Holland, I think. I can't remember. Anyway, and they went into they got permission to go into, which you have to get special permission to go in North Korea. And anyway, they show video of some of it and stuff, and that you're escorted everywhere. You've seen that type of thing, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But if you look at some of the people that they were around and everything, you can look in the faces of them, and they can tell that they don't believe the propaganda they're fed either. But if they don't act like they do, it can be
death.
Much worse for them. Yeah. So the thing about it is it's like in the society that I whatever society you live in, how much of the propaganda do people actually believe in comparison to how much they just go along with, so their life will be easier?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why when I was trying to explain that, it's not just a one side versus the other type, which side of the issue. It's, you know it's always more complicated than that. I mean, when you talk about societies,
Mm.
um, the and it's kind of like the thing about the wearing a veil or whatever, you
Mhm.
know that type thing. It's just, it's up to the individual. Is kind of what it should be, you know.
Mhm.
Um, and you can't judge someone based on something like that, you know. Um, but it's something you don't have much. I can't really give an opinion of, of that in Iran, because I've never been to Iran. I don't actually know what it's really like to live in that culture.
Yeah. Neither do
Yeah,
I. Yeah.
so that creates a problem too.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
You don't really understand what's going on in these.
yeah. I've known people that have been to Iran, but those are American citizens on U.S. military soil at the time, but way back when,
Are you military?
Nah. But I mean, this one lady I know, she's about 10 or 12 years older than me.
Mhm.
She was actually born on a military base in Japan. Her dad was a colonel or something, and they traveled around and ended up at one time in Iran, when we were on
Mhm.
good terms with Iran at one time still.
Yeah.
Um, and you know, the her experience, of course, she was really young, of Iran, was fabulous. But that doesn't tell me. Well, there are several things that doesn't tell me the viewpoint of the Iranian people. That's different, because she was there with a military father. Also, the um, the time difference from then to now has
Mhm.
things have changed considerably. I mean, back when she was there was like previous to all the events of, the embassy takeover in Tehran and all that crap about the Shah that happened back then.
Mhm.
It was previous to that. So the changes that have taken place since then, it's a completely different place, I'm sure, in
Yeah.
comparison.
I'm sure.
Yeah. So here's somebody. Let me see.
Odin. Oh, I can talk
Uh,
now.
yeah, broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't specifically about Iran, but it was just I was talking about just things in general. Like we don't really know. We think that we're open-minded, and how do we know that we are? And I think also another thing I was going to get at was that a lot of times people don't really know that they are themselves ignorant, and I don't mean that like in a disrespectful way. And I'm talking about myself too. That they don't know that they don't really understand an issue, but they think that they do. Um, Compounded ignorance, they call it. There's simple ignorance and there's compounded ignorance, or innocent ignorance and compounded. So I guess
Yeah.
that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like what I try to do when I talk to people in my everyday life, stuff like that. I try to make little comments, sort of just to make them think.
Mhm.
I don't want to. I mean, you know, if you come straight out and offend someone, oh, you believe in, tell them, oh, you believe in freaking, you,
What have you?
aliens, aliens are living among us. Whatever, doesn't matter what it is.
Mhm.
Uh, well, if you go straight to it in that way and everything, that can reinforce their belief by saying, you're just you're just picking up on the government silencing it. I mean, this weird stuff that goes on in people's brains.
Mhm.
Um, so really subtle things that will kind of make, and it's hard to come up with things in everyday life that won't cost you your job.
Mhm.
um, that that will just kind of make someone think a little bit. You know what I mean? Because the average person is more concerned on a daily basis here in America with, you know, just taking care of daily life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can be enough. You know, so sort of encouraging people to think just a little bit more to whatever they're thinking helps, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't tell them what to think, though, and it's really difficult to, you know, changing someone's way of thinking. Sort of, it's really difficult. You know, I know people who watch CNN or Fox, whatever it is, their chosen thing, and they believe this is gospel. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a
Even
sound
Fox
clip.
News, I know.
They'll say I saw a sound clip of Trump, and this is it.
Yeah.
And that sound clip will miss everything else involved with the situation.
You know, that happened recently. There was a thing where Trump was like, "Oh, the U.S. military members are a bunch of weak people," or something. He said something like that, but he didn't actually say that, like at all in context. It was completely taken out of context. But if you isolated like the one thing he said, it did sound like he was disrespecting the military, but he wasn't though. And like, I don't even like Trump. I'm not going to vote for that guy. But they're playing these games with it. And like, if you watch it, you're like, dude, I am an educated person. I saw the clip myself. I heard what he said. He said that the military PTSD people were stupid or whatever the hell he said, or weak actually.
Yeah.
And it's like it's games that they play with you. And the problem like is that a lot of people, like I said, believe it. They believe it. They don't realize any better, and there's simple analysis. I don't know. I've also noticed that CNN tries to be, at least historically, they've tried to be the neutral one, and they're not. They're pretty left wing, I'd say. Not as left as MSNBC or RT, but they're pretty left.
Yeah. But
Oh,
it's
and you
kind of
said
like
RT is left?
Yeah, RT is very left.
Russian television?
Russia Today, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, they're like if you actually watch them, they're anti-corporatist. They don't like Hillary Clinton at all. But they don't like Trump either. But it's like you don't need to bash Trump. If you're a leftist, like they're pro any type of grassroots movement. The prison, they're the only news source I've seen that has reported on the prison, well, other than Vice, on the prison not riots, on the prison protests. They talk about Black Lives Matter. A lot of their shows are very sympathetic towards like national uprising movements. Yeah, I would say they're pretty left wing. I haven't seen anything else. Even some of their financial stuff is left wing, like the predictions of the market and stuff like that.
I would say that they're pretty Russian wing. Huh, get it? Anyways.
I mean, I'm sure they have. No, they do have a pro-Russian bias. So like, not even pro. I would just say they'll present the Russian side of things. I don't know if I haven't watched them enough to get their bias, but like one of the things I noticed was that who's that one guy? Something Lavrov. He's the Russian. Like, if you watch American news, we'll watch John Kerry give a talk against Russia, right? But then we don't really play the Russian perspective. They will actually play the Russian perspective. So they'll actually play Sergei Lavrov, or whatever the hell his name is, him talking with a translator. And that's like a shocker because you wouldn't have American news do that. They just won't play him. They'll just be like, the Russians did this, and they're a bunch of jerks. So
no, I mean, I do get that, and I mean, they're free to have their own media, but the thing is that a couple of journalists have quit because they tried to report certain news.
Yeah.
And that was, it's not supposed to get out there and it was done anyway, or it was a situation where the person was being forced to not report on something or discuss something. And they were like, listen, if I can't speak freely, which is the reason why you hired me in the first place, then I can't work for you.
Yeah.
but you'll find that in every even on MSNBC, there's a couple people that left them simply because, well, they can't speak freely and speak about issues
Yeah.
like real issues instead of. But I remember there's a point where I got so fed up of anything MSNBC or NBC, right? And the reason for that was because all they kept reporting on was Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, they're worse than freaking Fox News at this point, because at this point if you're so much against the guy, why are you reporting on him 24/7 to the point
Yeah.
where a couple of hosts on your show are like, dude, there are other issues going on in the country, that other minorities are facing. Why can't we talk about these things? And two of
Mm-hmm.
them left. So I'm like, the way how I see it is that I don't think these news medias really give a shit about really getting actual news out there. I think it's all about the money and anything that buzzes basically. That's
Yeah.
basically what I'm getting from it. And at this point, if you really want to see what's happening around you in your area, at least watch the damn local news or read the news at some point from you'll definitely find non-biased websites more than non-biased TV, news channels and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well,
why I
I
prefer to read the news.
I would agree with you about.
Hello,
Sorry.
country girl.
I would agree with you about what you said about their money based, and that's like kind of a known thing. All of the news is basically they're trying to sell you a product. They're not necessarily trying to dispense information. If dispensing information is incidental, great, but they're not necessarily interested in journalistic ethics and stuff like that. Like, okay, Anderson Cooper, what the hell? Like, he's just like a pretty face, like on TV, who cracks jokes. I mean, he literally had a thing called The Ridiculous, which like I thought was funny for like a week, and then I was like, dude, this is supposed to be like a news channel. Like, what the hell is this garbage? Like, that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Some of this stuff is kind of like when you look at like people living in North Korea, whether or not they truly believe, or if they know that they have to pretend to get along, all these different aspects. Same thing as someone working for a news agency who's built a career on this and found that they're dependent on something that they don't believe in, sort of. What are they going to do? You know what I mean? I mean, some of them are stuck in the positions they're in because they've built an entire career on this crap, and it's like,
Lucid got hacked apparently. He's frozen.
It wasn't me.
You said it wasn't you?
No,
Suspect.
as in no, I meant that came out weird. Like it wasn't my connection that crashed.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm just being an ass.
No, I didn't
We were talking about getting hacked earlier this morning too, so maybe the NSA decided to shut him up.
Dude, I went for an interview recently. So I do what's called penetration testing, which is like literally hacking. And I went for an interview recently. Man, I got crushed in that interview, like destroyed in that interview.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I usually when I go to interviews, I crush them. Like any technical question they ask me, I'm like, yeah, I know the answer to that. This is the first time I've been like, I don't know, ever. And like, man, that was really difficult.
Is it like is it like a job for cloud security or something like that?
No, it's no, it wasn't actually. It was like the way that it works is that a customer, an agent, or not an agency, a customer rather, it's usually a private company, will hire this company that I don't work for to basically break into their systems and like report on how they did it, and then do it like continuously. And like all the different, and so I'm like, okay, well I've done that, right? So let me just like tell you guys my standard answer, and then they were like, okay, you can't do this because of XYZ. What's your next method? this. Oh, okay, you can't do that because of this, this, this. Next. And I was like, oh crap, you've knocked out all of my answers now. I don't know what to say. And so by the end of it, I was like, I don't know, next question. And this happened for like a good hour and a half. So I got
Wow.
destroyed in that interview. And they sent me a nice email, and they were like, we feel like your skills weren't quite what we're looking for. And I was like, oh my God, like that's never happened to me before. I'm really humbled.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So it's all good.
Like, do you well, it's obviously networking if that's the case. Have you ever, like, did you get CompTIA certified
No, no,
in
no.
any of the?
I
Oh,
only have a
okay.
couple certs. Usually, like I just tell people what I know, but I'm now chasing certs. I'm gonna get one called the OSCP. I don't do network level
Mm,
stuff. I do like I'm not doing like engineering. I do like security, which I guess is a type of engineering. But
yeah.
like I do like red teaming, if you know that term. But
No, it sounds familiar though.
yeah, it's like you simulate being the bad guy kind of deal. But yeah, that was tough, man. I have never felt like I got owned that badly.
Hmm.
It's all good.
Yeah,
It's
it happens.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it wasn't bad. I got other offers, but it's humbling. But it's good humbling. It's good. People need to be shut down.
Yeah, sometimes we really need to be humbled.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like, it's funny, and it's like you were saying earlier. We're ignorant. Sometimes we think we know shit, and next minute you see something else pops up, and you're like,
Hmm.
dude, what the hell? I did not even know. You get what I'm
What that
saying?
was. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
In fact, like I run this system, a computer system, right? I'm not going to go into a rambling thing because I talk about it too much, but and I remember when I first started using it, like 6 months into using it or less, I was like, dude, I know this stuff pretty well. I know what I'm doing. And then like time passed, and I thought I was like this expert. I could help anybody out. Time passed, and I was like, okay, now I know what I'm doing. Time passed a little more, and then I was like, okay, now I'm like, no, I don't know what I'm doing. And I've been using it now for like 15 years, and I'm starting to acknowledge that I don't actually understand a lot of concepts. So
Hmm.
yeah,
That's interesting because
there's a name for that.
right,
Sorry, I interrupted you.
you're good. It's funny because right now I'm doing my classes to get my real estate um, agent's license, right?
Hmm.
But my main goal was always to get to do two things: get my CompTIA certifications,
Hmm.
or pursue a computer hardware engineering career, right? If
Hmm.
not hardware, I would probably do information systems.
How old are you?
Um, I'm 28.
28. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is though, for me, was that it was a money issue. You get what I'm saying? I don't like to owe people money.
Hmm.
Therefore, I don't want to take out any loans or anything like that. So
Oh
I
yeah.
wanted to, yeah, like
Yeah.
I wanted to get into a job to where I could, like maybe do one thing and gain a couple of thousands, and I would just like use that money to pay for like each semester or something like that. Does that make sense? Or like each year,
Mhm.
So the first thing I want to do though is get my CompTIA certifications, because what I used to do also was I used to build custom computers and shit like that,
Mhm.
and I would set up all the networking and anything IT in like offices for small businesses and stuff like that. And it's funny too because the company that I'm working for right now, the brokerage, I was the one who set up the whole system for them, right? Hardware and software, right? Set up
Mhm.
the cameras, all that stuff. And you know, my boss is like, you know what, you know what I'm doing with this system, right? You're well spoken, you're smart. your IT shit is obviously slowed down. Why don't you just come work for me? Like, all right, shit.
That works.
And yeah, you know, so now he's gonna have an extra agent in the office and an IT guy, so he doesn't need to hire anyone for any IT issues, not unless you hack him. He's
That
gonna
works.
find better music.
Good for you. Job security.
That was supposed to be a joke.
I didn't quite get it, but
No, I was saying, you know, it's good that he has that agent and an IT guy, you know, to make sure everything runs great until you hack him.
oh, I didn't get that part. I didn't hear you. No, I'm not some master hacker. I just know a couple things here and there. See, that's another thing. I used to think I was some like super smart guy, and now I know I'm not. I'm really not. No, but no, yeah, that's funny, I guess.
You know, it's just like where I
The old
work.
guy got it.
Basically, I'm just apartment maintenance dude. And when people ask me, basically, I unclog toilets for a living, which isn't exactly true, but whatever. Okay, that's so people don't ask me to go to their house and work on their fucking air conditioner or something. But because people will favor you to death, sometimes. But our office was set up as a completely wireless system, extremely inefficient, crappy. And I told them, you know, with 4 75-foot cables, which you can order on Amazon for very little, I can drop this in and you'll have a much more efficient system. You can share the printer instead of, you know, USB to one fucking computer and have to route through it and, you know, all the crap. Well, so basically, I mean, you know, but it's not like I really know all this stuff. It's that I know enough to accomplish the task.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like whenever I start researching, even when I was younger, started researching almost anything. You come to a point where you realize I can't know it all. Can't be done. So what is most critical? And it's just like, you know, I did commercial air conditioning for like 20 years or so, and the thing is, after so much, basically, I got bored to death of it. I mean, we already had computer control circuits in them that were wired to a PC through a daisy chain, you know, all that crap. And it was like, it's not that it's not going to advance more. It's just my thing was more. It was really interesting learning about the all the electromechanical, you know, practical physics, what you actually can pick up in your hand and work on and everything. Sort of, it was really cool because you can understand the principles behind them, whether you know the principles in detail or not. And that was all I needed to know, sort of, you know. And I realized I'm never going to understand all of it. So, you know, and it's just like, you know, any hobbies I have, I learn as much as I can to serve my purposes and my interest.
Awesome.
And that's basically, and that's basically all of us, any of us can do. Unfortunately, there's always going to be. It's just like the political situations and just all this stuff. There's going to be things we don't know. You know. I was going to say before I locked up and my computer decided to be a retard, as politically incorrect as I can be, but someone was telling me I really need to watch that back when the presidential debate BS, and I watched it, and at the end of it, all I could think was clown show. I didn't get anything from it other than a couple of clowns on a stage going. I mean, you know, nothing either one of them said mattered.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a clown show. It was all bullshit.
You're Farhan. Are you a Bernie guy?
I was.
Yeah.
You were?
I mean, he's not in the thing anymore.
Oh. I'm
probably going to vote for Jill Stein.
Yes, yeah. I'm I'm kind of like not sure what the hell to do because I don't know.
My friends are all upset with me because they're all like, you should vote for Hillary Clinton because we really need to make sure that, Donald Trump doesn't get elected. And as time has passed, I've started to think like, I don't really think Hillary Clinton is like head over shoulders better than Donald Trump. And that isn't a testimony to Donald Trump. That's a testimony against Hillary Clinton. Like she's actually kind of a bad president, like, or would make. Like, she has done war after war after war, and for some reason people don't seem to think that's like a problem. Like okay, Donald Trump is a racist. He says terrible things against women, against black people. I'm Muslim, so against Muslims, right? But like, Mexicans in particular. But and that's all terrible, right? But people are like, look, Hillary Clinton literally authorized the death of people, and that is somehow like less of a problem, more acceptable than Donald Trump's stupid statements. Like, do we not? Why don't people realize that sort of thing? That's the first thing. The second thing is, and this is kind of a little bit more like crazy nonsense type. Have you guys noticed the rise of the alt-right in this country? Has anyone seen the alternative right wing?
Okay.
You mean like the like the Tea Party extremist type, or?
No, Tea
No.
Party were kind of reasonable. Well, I mean, I didn't really agree with, but they well, I'm not going to get into that, but like they stood on principles and whatever. These people are like literal racists, and like if you call them that, they're like 10 points. He called me a racist. Oh, if I called a sexist, 15 points. Like, if I get called an Islamophobe, 100 points. Like, in other words, they're proud of people insulting them, and they say, I don't care what you call me, I'm going to continue to say this because, and then they'll say things like, I'm sorry that my facts are sexist. Like, stuff like that, or racist.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
kind of.
I heard about a couple dudes like, okay, this is the thing, right? The way how I'm looking at things right now is that like people who were sleeping in the country, like, they're getting a wake-up call showing how bigoted and just completely downright racist and prejudiced and fucked up probably a good close to half the country is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That America is not this country where there's no racism, there's no police brutality, and the politics is fair and all that shit. Like, I was under that impression at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying the country isn't a great country, but it certainly has its fucking issues. It
Right.
certainly has its issues, and like when I came and after like a year or two, dude, I was shocked. Huh?
Where are you from?
I was born and raised in the Caribbean. Jamaica.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. No accent. I know. It's
Yeah, at all. Yeah.
lucid.
You got to talk like this, man. I have friends who are from the Caribbeans, and like when they want to, they speak in this English that's like super slurred. Like, the standard one is "What is going on, man?" Wagwan, and that's the standard one.
Wagwan Bridging.
I don't know what the hell that even means. Like, that's not English. Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue. I interrupted.
You're good. It was a rude awakening for me, and in recent years, the other rude awakening that I had was the issue in Europe, whereas the immigration crisis, for example, right, where you have people from Africa and from the Middle East, and they're like pouring into Europe. Like, most of them almost all of them pretty much fleeing for their lives, right? And European countries, they pride themselves on, you know, well, not European, Western countries pride themselves on, being immigrant friendly and equal rights, and everyone deserves the opportunity to work and be happy, and you get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Turns out that's not the case. It's all for fucking show. Because when it came down to it, pretty much all they wanted to do was to just lock people out who actually needed the help. And it wasn't a situation where they couldn't help, right? They could have helped. It's just that all they needed to do, in my opinion, was simply pull their resources. That's the whole reason why the European Union was put together in the first place. Of course, also to put an end to nationalism, but
Right. That was
this,
the big one right there, the end of
yeah,
national, which has risen in Europe. Nationalism is rising.
again, yes, it is.
One of the things I've noticed also is this um, like condescending attitude towards Christianity and this praise of like Germanic paganism in particular. This is less common, but I've seen it. And they see Christianity as worshiping a Jew god, like that kind of language they'll use, right? And it's an invasive religion, and we need to stick to our roots, which is Germanic paganism. I've noticed a bit of that too.
Yeah. I mean, if that's what flows their boat at the end of the day, but okay. See, this is the thing that irks me, right? I don't want another thing to come up, like another organization or worldview to come up that is going to like cause people to use it as a reason to justify racism or
Hmm.
some shit like that,
Right.
right? And I mean, don't get it twisted. In Israel, um, Vice did a little thing on it where they were really prejudiced against Africans, well,
Right.
black people, you know,
Hmm.
and and it's ridiculous because I'm like, hold on, I did not expect to see something like that. You'd think that they would be very receptive, right? That's the
No,
impression that I had. I
no,
mean,
Israel's an
like,
extreme racist country. I mean, like it's probably one of the most in the world.
yeah, and
It's radical nationalism. It's nationalism gone to the extreme. Like they
yeah,
say, like historically, it was not like it is now, but now it's like the extreme right wing has taken over and has
mhm,
become normative. And if you're like a left wing Israeli, like people will like harm you
yep,
in certain situations. I mean, this is what I've heard. I could be wrong, but these are people I know who have been there and spent time there and whatever. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. I call it apartheid Israel.
yeah. I mean, I've always wanted to go there,
Hmm.
but like after watching that thing, I was like, as a black man, I don't think I want to go there.
You know, if
Like,
Israel ever, if there's ever a serious peace between in that country, I would love to visit there. I would visit like every historical site possible. I would like sit with rabbis and like tell me to like recite the Torah and I'll listen to it for like an hour. I would do everything, but like right now, not gonna happen. Not. I don't even see it until I'm like 60 that I'll be in that situation.
yeah, it's the world is. You'd think that coming out of the freaking like 19th and 20th century, the world would be getting better. It certainly doesn't. I mean, one can say that we're more civilized now, in a sense.
Hmm.
Consider how much people died in the 1900s, and 1800s too. But it certainly doesn't feel that way.
It's a weird dichotomy, actually. It's like how do I phrase it? Like a lot of times we will, in certain situations, yes, we will be open-minded and free-thinking, and then in another situation we will not be. Under the name of liberal whatever, we will actually be quite the opposite. So like it's almost like we're just using the name, whatever, and there's an inherent hypocrisy in what the actual conclusion is, what we actually believe or say or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not one to say people, for example, they don't have a right to their biases or
Mm-hmm.
whatever, right? I mean, you can have your thoughts on people,
Mm-hmm.
but it's one thing to have your thoughts, but it's another to impose it on other people,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
You know, if it's thoughts to where it's an equal rights type thing where everyone would be equal in experiencing or living under those concepts, then fine, as long as it's not hurting anyone, right? But
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, a lot of the new thoughts and concepts that have been coming out, they're really shit ones, and they're really prejudiced, and you know, they just come in the form of, well, even nationalism that is just popping up like crazy. That shit has hit Britain recently, right?
So are you against nationalism?
Huh?
Are you against nationalism?
Yes, I don't think anything necessary. Okay, not completely, because I do believe that every country should maintain its own identity and its own culture, right? I don't believe a country should destroy its culture um, because of globalism, right?
Right.
But when nationalism gets to the point where you start to strip smaller communities or minorities of rights, or people who might not agree with you, you start to persecute them and eventually start to kill them, well, there's an issue. I
Yeah.
do believe
So we're on the
that.
same page.
Yeah. So I mean, dude, I'm Jamaican. I still speak like any other Jamaican if I was to go there, right? Like, I wouldn't be speaking like this. I love the food, I love the culture, I love the people. You
Say
hear what I'm
something.
saying? What am I say?
Say how like the equivalent of like, hello, how are you doing? I'm talking to some people right now.
Hello, what are you doing? May I talk to some people right now?
Okay, cool. So it's not too different.
Yeah, I'm trying to not like go too deep because they have like certain like different weird words or weird ways of saying certain words to where it doesn't
Uh-huh.
necessarily sound like the word. So I try to kind of mix it sometimes.
Mm.
But yeah, like you can love your country. Nothing is wrong with that, you know. But if you're gonna use that love as a way to really oppress, and even isolate, I don't. That's when it ends for me.
Mhm. No, I'm with you. I'm completely with you. In fact, like one of the things I actually used to be very anti-nationalism to like the extreme, and like we're all humans and whatever, which I mean I still do believe, but um, I think now exactly what you said, that there's nothing wrong with loving your people and even preferring your people over others. Like I don't even have a
Hmm.
problem with that. But what I have is when it becomes to a level like if you're like Irish and you celebrate Irish culture and you know what, you want to see Ireland do really well, and it's not that you're, as long as you're not like against, like, I don't know, the people from Burma, like that's cool. But my issue with nationalism is when it becomes my people, right or wrong, my people above your people. That's when I have an issue. That's when
Yeah,
I think, and I feel like a lot of the modernistic nationalist movements are that, and they're vitriolically that. Like it used to be like, okay, as a national identity, we're going to set our own government policies that are best for our interests. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool, nothing wrong with that. But that's not what we have nowadays. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I just think
Like,
nationalism should get up to the point to where you just maintain the identity of your nationality and the roots of, what it means to be an American, or, what it might mean to be British or whatever.
so that's one of the arguments that they have against the. So you were talking about immigration recently. One of the arguments that a lot of Europeans feel is that, look, we have an extremely high number of immigrants coming to our country, and they're not from countries that are the same as us. They're countries that are different than us. So as a result, we're getting these people coming in who are going to erode our identity, and that's what their fear is. So what do you say about something like that?
Hmm. See, it's not necessarily about identity. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Um, Diversity,
Dude, these must
right?
tore me down.
They, huh? What?
I'm sorry,
It's
I've got a bunch of mosquito bites.
it's diversity. Um, this is and another thing, they don't like the political or social views of the countries that these people are coming from, and they're scared that these people might come in and want to change things, right? Because they see what radicalism does, like, if what radical people do in those parts of the world, and they don't want that there, and that's definitely understandable,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I do understand, but the thing is that it's only a really tiny percentage of the people who are really doing shit like that. Most of
Mm-hmm.
them are literally just fleeing for their lives. Now,
Right.
this is another thing, and I guess this might be a nationalist view, but listen, if you're going to another country,
Mm-hmm.
you need to understand that you have to live by their rules, you have to
Yeah.
abide by their laws, and you can't expect them to accommodate for you to the
Right.
point where you're going around harassing people and shit like that, and telling them how they're supposed to live their lives based on your views. The only reason why
Yeah.
you're accepted in the first place is because they have laws, that allows you to hold your views
Mm-hmm.
and practice your faith, right? Don't abuse it. And as long as they establish that, then you know it's good. If these people don't want to live that way, well, get the fuck out.
Right.
Don't go on. Don't make videos bitching and saying, oh, they hate Muslims because they don't have Sharia law. And no, if you want that, go back to where you came from.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, I can
not that
agree with
I'm
that.
saying, not that I'm saying, hey, it's good or bad. That's not the issue. Fact is, you're in another region that has a different set of laws than where you came from.
Mm-hmm.
You can either live and abide by the new laws, or you can, well, get the fuck out and go
Right.
back to the country that has the laws that you like. It's
Mm-hmm.
as simple as that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And
I
I
like to
mean,
think most people would. I mean, I'm sure there's people who don't, but I would like to think most people think that. But I'm probably wrong. I'm sure there's people who don't.
yeah, hey, Lucid, you have mods?
Man, I have
I
like
don't
a crazy number of bug bets. Did someone come in that needs to be modded or voiced?
know.
Yeah, Pyro. I
Oh, I'm
checked out
sorry.
his.
I am so sorry, Pyro. I did not
Yeah,
even.
he has followers and he hosts
Yeah,
hangouts.
no, no problem. Thanks.
Yeah, the thing is also, it's kind of like, the view of the West of the Cowboy Day kind of BS. Now what's referred to as the cowboys, that time period where, I mean, we still have cowboys in Texas basically, because basically what it is if you work on a ranch,
Mm-hmm.
but the actual days that are all the movies came out about and all that stuff was about the cattle drive days, which only lasted a little over 20 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Um, but people romanticize it anyway, and it really wasn't romantic at all. It was horrific, to work on a cattle drive type, if you actually look at the history of it and everything. But like, there are people in areas of Texas who claim that as their culture.
Right.
It's a 20-year span, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
That's not actually your culture. You're an American. I mean, now the fact that that's something that happened in America, fine, but I just sort of see where the like, it's kind of like making a law against a modern immigrant, the way they dress or act or whatever, as long as it doesn't violate our laws, kind of thing. Why would you pass a law against anything relating to them, as long as they're not violating our laws? It'd be like outlawing cowboy hats. I mean,
I don't understand.
There are things. It's just like the area of Texas. Well, being in Texas at all, we have people who cling very strongly to the cowboy days type thing, which was made famous from the cattle drive stuff. They still run cattle ranches, though.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also this area. This area that I'm in was settled by, well, of course, the this used to be part of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
The French also were part of that, not just the Spaniards coming through. All the heritage, it was all mixed, and then Germans settled this general area, but there were already Mexicans who didn't want to be Mexico, who fought not to separate Texas from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
All this stuff and everything. So being a Texan isn't one thing. It isn't just a guy with a six shooter on his side with a cowboy hat wearing cowboy boots. You know what I mean? The
Mm-hmm.
stereotypes like that.
Right, or like in general. I was trying to say this. We're a multicultural nation, right? And you were talking about, hey, you could have a culture which is really just 20 or 30 years of making a railroad or whatever, or you're a mining town and that's your new culture. So that's really what America's about, is the malleability of culture, as well as this overlap.
Yeah,
malleability. I agree with that. Yeah, that's true. Our culture changes every like 10 years.
It's funny because if you come to New York in the city, and when people talk about, like, for example, Jamaicans, right? One of the first things that a Jamaican might introduce you to is the food, because like we're foodies, right? And it's just somehow it's like woven into American culture, right? Even rap, hip hop, for example, right? It wasn't for reggae, hip hop wouldn't exist, because it was those DJs from, like, when they, from back in the day, they came up, and that style kind of evolved. You get what I'm saying? And it turned into something more.
Well, if you mean like this house hip hop, yeah, that was definitely, yeah. Hey, so is it like, what about, so you're Jamaican, what about Jamaicans that don't smoke pot? It must be annoying when they go around the world and everybody's like assuming you smoke pot. There's got to be some Jamaicans that just aren't into pot, right? Or am I wrong and I should just accept the stereotype?
The hell?
No, you know what I mean? You're talking about culture. For example, marijuana is a part of, no, probably not. I imagine there are neighborhoods and cultures that, that's not all Rasta. That came from the mountains, right? So it's a serious question, but I put it a little bit humorously because you might say there isn't anybody like that. I don't know.
That was kind of funny.
You do have Jamaicans that don't smoke pot at all. I'm one of them. I don't smoke or do any form of drugs. Um,
You must have faced the assumption that, of course.
Now I have done it before, but it doesn't do anything for me really. So I didn't get the buzz out of it or whatever.
But I mean, am I also right that would come up? You say, "Oh, I'm from Jamaica." You get a pot joke or two or something.
Oh yeah,
So it's
and I
it's
mean,
it's like
I find
it's
it funny for the most
yeah,
part. I don't necessarily
right,
feel offended, and I
right.
mean,
But it's a lot like, hey, you must be able to sing and dance if you're African American. Or it's it's similar to a positive, a non-negative thing that still has a connotation of don't assume that, dude.
Yeah.
We're individuals in the world.
yeah,
That-
and I mean, there's a certain. This is the thing, right? I feel I don't necessarily think anything is wrong with stereotypes. It just depends on the connotation, right?
Hmm.
Like like for example, Jamaicans, right? Yes, some of the best weed you can get in the world grows in Jamaica, like hands down, right? A lot of them smoke it. A lot of them smoke it. It's literally a part of the culture, even though it's illegal down there, which is weird. Anyways,
Yeah, it is weird, but right. It proves what I'm saying though that it proves what I'm saying though that you could have a stereotype there, and yet it hasn't broken through where the power structure
hmm
allows it to be legal. I mean, it sort of shows that a lot of our assumptions, even though when they're right, they're wrong. You know what I mean? Even when there's
hmm
a grain of truth, it's kind of silly how far we take it.
yep, that's true. That's true. I mean, the whole cowboy thing. I mean, until Lucid said anything about it,
Mhm.
shit. My assumption on it was like pretty much everyone else. I
Yeah.
thought it was, some cool, you know, humble type living thing, and you get what I'm saying? No,
Is Jamaica part of
Lucid
the
fucked up my view of that.
is Jamaica part of the what's it called, Commonwealth countries?
Yes, it's a British Commonwealth country.
Oh, no way. That would explain English.
Yep.
A funny thing about cowboys, even talking about how hard it was, I just happened to be looking up what the most dangerous jobs in America were, and agriculture work, ranching and just farming is like, I forget whether it might have been number 8, but it's like around the top 5 still
Wow.
of fatalities. It's hard to imagine, but I mean, most of the jobs that are like that, logging and stuff, it's like, well, if you do have an accident, does it kill you? And frankly, cowboys, yeah, they get kicked in the face when they're shoeing horses. They, it's still it is a pretty. It's like romanticizing coal miners or something.
Mhm.
Where
Yeah,
yeah, they work really hard, but
one of the misunderstandings about cowboys is, as far as modern day, not the cattle drive BS, whatever, is that cowboys are farmers. They grow um, hay and oats and certain types um, of and there are special, I can't remember, special types of grass that are beneficial for cattle.
sure,
Mm.
alfalfa.
So yeah, so they're actually farmers growing grass to feed the cattle. It's not
Mm.
now, there are ranches big enough who, like, where they can just let them roam on basically, and there's enough food already there, sort of. But
Mhm.
generally speaking, you go through the wintertime, you have to have
Right,
farmed some food to get the animals through the winter
right, right.
and things like that. So they're farmers also.
Well, even
Um,
maintaining grazing land is a little bit like farming. I mean, they might not go out there and water it, but you do tend to,
yeah,
they're
well, it's
making
just
sure that
Yeah.
grazing lands are healthy as part of what they're doing still, even if it can be kind of wild.
yeah, and,
Mhm.
and another thing is, it's just like there are areas of Texas which have a lot of cedar trees, which
Are guns a
they
common thing in that? Oh, sorry. Continue.
so most ranchers will go in and cut out as much cedar as they possibly can to increase the grazing land. It's an invasive species of cedar that wasn't naturally here. And so, yeah, but some of the more dangerous work in it is the machinery that you're around. Farm equipment is extremely deadly if you slip. I mean, you know, so that lends to the why it's so dangerous. It's, you know, all kinds of farm equipment, as well as being working with animals 1,000 pounds plus, and you know, not being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
No.
I have a lot of respect for them.
Sorry, that was for my dog, not you guys.
Sure.
I have bug bites all over my feet. Sorry, just off topic.
Oh.
What was your question?
Okay. What do you guys think of Snowden?
Love him.
I'm not
Love him.
going to answer that question. I refuse to answer that question.
I love him. You know what? I'll love him. Let me put it this way. So there was this guy now they just arrested last week that they caught with, you know, top secret documents at home and on his laptop or whatever. I don't know if you saw that. It really bugged me. CNN introduced the story as, is it another Snowden? And it's like, I thought there would be a leak, you know, a whistleblower, a released doc. No, they caught a spy. He was probably going to sell it to an enemy. He hadn't released it to anybody. They caught him. That's not what Snowden did, right? Snowden could have easily sold that information to China for $1 million. And you got to think there's a lot of people like Snowden that's what they have done. That information, if it's that easy for that level of person to get, it's probably already out there. So Snowden, but anyway, I'm pro Snowden. I think he did a great thing.
What do you think, Lucid?
I'm not real sure, really.
Should we broadcast Earth Insight?
I don't know, but I was going to mention that Earth
him.
is here.
I don't know
I'd like
him.
to give broadcastability to somebody else if I could.
Yeah,
I don't know who else.
Well,
Yeah.
Nadia does share it with me. You can trust me if you wanted to, but then again, I'm not I don't necessarily notice. But if you could share it with me, I won't abuse it. But then again, I don't know who
I'll
Earth
share it
is.
Yeah, he doesn't have any followers or anything like that. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot. I've seen you in the past. I don't know why I have it, but Nadia doesn't exist anymore. So
you said Nadia doesn't exist?
What do you mean?
I haven't observed Nadia in some time, and since
Must be time zone. It must be time zone. She's around, but yeah, by doing it 24 hours, she's not here all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I had two.
I was being funny.
Two little doodads.
Two little doodads.
Why am I muted?
Oh, hey.
You can unmute yourself. Oh wait, no, I haven't shown you in broadcast. Here, let me go, Earthy. I'm gonna go ahead and show you in broadcast. Sorry, Earth. The default is that everyone is muted unless they are given the ability to speak.
Which you have to do now, since there's some sort of hack that allows people to destroy the whole room and kick everybody.
Who's doing that?
That was
That was Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, I was already prepared for some shit like
Yeah.
that.
I kind
Blame me.
of expected it. Yeah.
I wish I could become that cynical. It's a survival skill. Damn, I wasn't ready. I heard the noise and I was looking around to, where do I click?
Yeah.
What? I was gonna kick him though. But.
So Lucid doesn't know. Hey, country girl,
Hey, baby.
what do you think about Eric?
What do I think about Earth?
No, Eric Snowden.
Edward.
Edward. Yes.
Eddie.
You don't know?
No, not really.
Okay. So I'm probably gonna get hate for this, but I think what he did You guys are probably gonna boot me from the room.
I don't think so. I can guarantee
No,
I
I'm kidding.
won't. But
Okay. At, I think he's a dumbass, and I'm being really polite in terms of my stance. Hear me out.
sure.
What he did wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It's how he did it, right? Normally, when whistleblowers blow whistles, they don't flee the country. They, yeah, obviously they're gonna get locked up and punished of sort, um, because they've broken a federal crime, right? But once they have a trial, they typically get released in a good amount of time, right? And at the end of the day, they're even commended for their actions, and they do change the system in some way, right? The thing what Snowden did wrong was that he ran, and he didn't just run empty-handed. He ran with a lot of information and data about the system in which the country was basically using to protect itself, right? And obviously for him to get a stay in those other countries, I don't know, China, who pretty much wants to steal all our fucking technology, Russia, who basically sees us as being assholes and wants to freaking destroy us. I mean, they're not going to let him in their country that easily without him giving them something in return. You get what I'm saying? So there's that aspect of it too. And when skeptics or maybe righties or whoever see it, they can look at, you can't blame them for seeing him as a traitor of sort, right? I personally don't really think he's a traitor. I just think he's a fucking dumbass, and it's just the way how he did. He pussied out and he ran, and he shouldn't have ran. He should have stood up to the government and and went to
But you're
trial
calling him a
like a man.
coward more than stupid, right? Because it's not necessarily stupid to keep your own freedom, but it might be cowardice.
See, I wouldn't even. I'm not calling him a coward. I think it's instinctual to not want to be severely punished,
What's
right?
stupid about it is the question. Then my question.
What's stupid about what he did?
Yeah, because it sounded like cowardice what you were
No,
describing. Like I
no,
disagree, but I'm like
the
looking from
fact
your
that
point
he
of view.
ran. No, the
Yeah.
fact that he ran is what I'm saying was what he did. What that was stupid, right?
Right.
Because what it did was that it tainted what he was trying to do in the first place, which was to make the public know that, listen, the government is spying on you. This is how they're spying on you. This is why, and stuff like that, right? Nothing
Right.
is wrong with that, right? It's just that when you just drop that, when you do stuff like that, right, and you're doing it especially so that you're doing it for the people, right? You have to do the right thing, which is to accept the fact that one, even though you did the right thing, you did break laws, and you're supposed to be punished for it.
I don't think he actually did break laws because since he revealed evidence of laws being broken, it's not breaking the laws to stop your commanders from breaking the law by revealing what they're doing. So, but anyway, I see what you're saying, but I guess I still disagree with the word you're choosing, which is funny because I disagree with the assessment, but I mean separately, it sounds more like a cowardice thing because I mean Bradley, now Chelsea Manning, you know, got caught, and
Mm-hmm.
how did that make what she revealed was it taken more seriously because of that? No. As a matter of fact, Chelsea Manning on the run has been a lot more in the news and is given a lot more respect and gets to give interviews and keeps sharing their side of the story. Whereas Bradley Manning, went into a hole, became Chelsea Manning. We haven't heard anything since she was Bradley Manning. I mean, no communication. So, I mean, it just seems like using the word stupid is more, it's more like, I get what you're saying in that the more patriotic thing to do would be to stand by your country, do the civil disobedience, also pay the, you know, the penalty for it being interpreted as illegal, or maybe there are parts that were illegal or whatever. So, I think I get what you're saying, but I
Yeah,
just think it's
because
more like a cowardice or lack of patriotism, or there's an ineffectuality.
yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it's a lack of patriotism in him, because as I said, I
Mm,
think he did it for the right reasons, right?
yeah.
It's just that I don't think he took into consideration that that even though, yes, the government is basically collecting, basically spying in the short term, right? Um, um, what he did inadvertently was basically reveal like certain aspects of the country's security. And when him going to those other countries and him having that knowledge, right? Um,
Mm,
that also, you know, puts his country's security is at risk, right? So what I'm saying is that it didn't seem like it was well thought out in a sense. I mean, yes, it was thought out.
mm,
He obviously got out the country beforehand, but I don't
mm.
think he thought about the perception that a lot of people might have of him. It's kind of like remind me of the scientists who basically basically betrayed the country by giving information about the atom bomb, right? The Russian would get
You're
their
talking about
hands
that
on.
Jew, the Rosenbergs or someone?
Yeah, I think that was
Uh,
his name.
is that right?
I don't
Anyway, yeah,
remember his name.
right.
Yeah, like that guy, his reasons, they were legitimate reasons, right? He just didn't want one country to have all the fucking power. Because if one country has all the power and there's no balance, guess what the fuck is gonna happen?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Well, I
So,
feel like
and
there's.
after a while, they did release him, and they did understood what he said, right?
So I think this is someone else besides who I was talking about, that old couple in the 50s, but who turned out that they were guilty. But to
Oh, the
me,
spies.
the thing is that there's millions of people with security clearance. I assume Russia and China have the information, because I think out of, you know, a million people with top secret security clearance going all the way down to just system administrator type people, that, you know, those other countries probably have found somebody that will sell them that information. And it is against our national interest to be doing the things that they're doing, which is basically espionage for business purposes. I mean, that's why they're spying on Merkel. And also, I've been deducing my whole life, because this stuff started in the 70s, we started to hear about that they would be tapping everybody's phones and recording the conversations basically as soon as that was technically feasible. But if I was in a room like this, not that it existed 10 years ago, well, I guess 10 maybe, you know, people would think I was a conspiracy theorist for mentioning that, or assuming that, or basing my political opinions partially on that fact. Now it's a known fact. So I feel that that's a service. And whichever of the 1.5 million people that have top security clearance decided to finally tell the rest of us, I feel like it's just the narrative to find out, you know, whether they're smart or stupid or anything. The important thing is what they've revealed. And it is really terrible stuff that America should not be wasting billions of dollars. Or, for example, he released, it was in his releases that we found out what the black budget was. Now, they report about the black budget, the black ops budget on CNN and stuff, but you never really know, and they soft pedal it. Well, with Snowden, we saw PowerPoint of one CIA or NSA guy telling another, here's the money we're spending. And it was pretty amazing to find out how many billions of dollars we spend on that sort of thing. And I think that that's the kind of public service where, I mean, really, I don't think it's going to happen, but I think Obama should pardon him.
Yeah. See, I see. I'm not. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just feel as if like you're ignoring one crucial aspect of running a country, and the security aspect of a country.
I don't believe
Like,
in
for
security
example,
through obscurity, though, is the thing. You know, do you know that from computer science, security through obscurity?
yes, I'm vaguely familiar with it.
Well, it's the idea
Vaguely.
that if all you've done is hide, if you like when
No,
they
no,
make
I
it,
get, I get
yeah.
what you're saying.
So I don't really, I'm not a big fan of black ops. I believe that you can't give the address of people, just like you shouldn't doc drop somebody online, but you could still say, you know, what you're doing. Like, for example, let's say you admitted to the world, hey, we've sent people over and they are just living in your society and checking things out. We're not going to give you the addresses, right? That wouldn't be a danger to anybody, and people already know that we do that kind of thing. Some of the students that stay in the foreign colleges are, you know, get a little bonus from the CIA or whatever to do so. I don't see why these have to be secret.
Okay, so this is the thing, and this is the issue that you're like, as I said, you're not thinking about the security aspect of these things, right? Countries are going to spy on each other. That's a fact, right?
Right.
But when you
Can admit it.
blatantly announce that, okay, we are spying on you, one, that's a huge diplomatic mess up. Like,
Right.
you have to take into consideration that relationships are built on trust, right? And if other countries don't trust you, then they don't want to have a relationship with
These
you.
two hypothetical countries we're talking about, like say the US and Israel, they know they're spying on each other. It's only their public that is supposed to pretend that that doesn't happen. Everybody in the government knows that it's a matter of course.
Yeah.
Right? So we're just in denial. We're not. How is that helpful to have a diplomatic thing where we have to pretend we don't do what we all know we do? We all know we do it.
Yeah, but when every other country in the world decide that they're going to do that, then okay, you can make that argument. But the fact of the matter is that realistically, it's not a good idea security-wise. To say, let's say
Admit what
there's,
everybody knows.
let's okay, let's say the country wants to run a black ops mission to capture an enemy of state, right?
Well, that's illegal.
Well, that's why they're called black ops missions.
Well, that's why they shouldn't
right?
do them.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right?
I do it anyway.
When you're running a country, you're gonna have to do things that's gonna be deplorable and
I
probably
don't
even
think so.
downright illegal.
I disagree.
Yeah, I don't think any.
That's just the way we've done it in history so far. I agree with that, but we also have done slavery and a million other terrible geopolitical things, and this is one of them that we have to stop, just like we've stopped some of the others.
Yeah, I wouldn't conflate the issues that we're talking about to slavery.
Why not? We're talking about assassinating
because,
possibly democratically elected sovereign leaders, and how is that not as bad as slavery? When Iran elected someone democratically and we created a coup in Iran to take that person out of power, that's just a crime. That's a crime, just like a rape, and all the people that were killed in that operation, that was like murder.
Yeah, but as I said, just because something is bad doesn't necessarily mean that it's objectively bad or it's as bad as slavery, right? Sometimes you have to do bad things.
slavery, it's a thing like that. It's also like rape, but it's nothing like rape, right? But it's a
No.
crime that's obviously bad. We all think it's bad. You're even saying it's just that we have to
Oh,
do the bad
let me
thing
ask
for
you a
some
question.
reason.
Let me ask you a question, right? Um, would you murder one man to save every single person in the world from dying?
If somebody told me that that was my choice, I would not trust them. I don't see how that could possibly be a choice that would be
Okay,
realistic at all. So if somebody told me,
hold
like
on, hold on,
sometimes
hold
I've
on,
heard this argument, aliens
hold
come
on,
and tell
hold on.
you, you
No,
I
no,
could
no,
will
hold on,
kill
hold
this
on.
one guy or
Let me
everybody.
make
I
it more
wouldn't trust
realistic
those
for you.
aliens.
Hold on, let me make it more realistic for you then, if that's the case,
Okay.
right? You get
Okay.
kidnapped, you're in a room, right? Um, there's a gun. There are some what do you call those people who want to end
The answer is
humanity or
no, I
whatever?
wouldn't do it. I know these kinds of, there's all kinds
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
like the trolley
Well, let
experiment
me.
or whatever.
Okay,
I would not do it.
so
No,
you
I would
wouldn't
not
do
kill
it.
the one guy. No, I wouldn't believe somebody that told me. I wouldn't trust them to keep their deal. I would not. And I believe the world would be a better place if individual,
So
for example, you know, Charles Manson
hold, let
didn't
me
kill those
finish. Let me
people, and
finish.
he
Let me
probably wouldn't
finish.
have because he got other people to do it, and he wouldn't have done it himself.
Are you gonna let me finish my point?
Yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. So let's say in the thought experiment that this person had access to every single nuclear weapon on the planet and would launch them, right? Let's just say he demonstrates how serious he is by killing a ton of people right in front of your eyes in cold blood, and says, listen, unless you kill that one person, I am going to set off these nukes, which is going to kill every single living being on the surface of this planet, right? Your answer is no, you're not going to do it because, well, you don't trust him, right? Let's just say, well, you don't do it and he destroys every single living being on the surface of the planet. Now, do you think what you did was a good thing or a bad thing?
I think what I did was not a bad thing.
You don't perceive that as being a bad thing?
No, no, I don't think that's not how I look at ethics, that those are the kinds of choices that we're faced with. The choices we're faced with morality is how do I do something that is good or not bad or neutral at least, right? It's how do I act? And so if I kill somebody, then I've killed somebody. Now, if I'm killing somebody in self-defense because they are attacking me, that's the line that where I, you know, that I draw the line. You know, if some guy attacks me and I have mercy and he goes on to kill 1,000 more people, then I'm starting to go, well, maybe it was bad that I didn't arrest him and stop him and kill him if necessary. But the idea that you would have that you would kill an innocent person and to make that trade, to me, is morally wrong
You
to do
see,
that.
it's funny because I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with you.
Most people do. Most people do. This has been tested, and most people would sacrifice the one person. And I argue that's why we're in this shithole that we're in right now.
Yeah, but you see, the point that I'm trying to get to is that sometimes you have to do bad things for good reasons. Now, good is subjective. It's the same thing for bad, right? But at the end of the day, is that since your view is that bad is just bad and it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what, you can't justify that bad. That's why you hold the position that you're
Well, I don't
holding
think that's
right
a
now.
fair. That's not a fair representation because I'm saying you shouldn't kill an innocent person. So I'm obviously making a distinction between innocence and non-innocence, right? So the question is kind of, should you kill an innocent person to save more than one innocent person? That's kind of the question that we're at. And the thing is, I think in the
Mhm.
real world, what happens is if you do believe, as most people do, that you can make that kind of trade-off, then you are subject to exploitation by the manipulators in the world that make you think that, oh, Muslims are the problem. So yeah, it might not be fine, and maybe they're, you know, it's sad, or their kids died in the Iraq War, but we have to do this terrible thing for our safety, and it's just a way for people to justify doing terrible things. And very, very rarely in the real world is it ever the case that that one innocent person should have been killed to save other people. In other words, killing the innocent people with collateral damage in Iraq didn't really save anybody. It's why the Middle East hates America even more than ever before. It didn't really help. The idea that you had to do the terrible thing to save yourself for security turned out to make us less secure. And that's
Okay.
the pattern I think that happens.
Okay, so here's my thoughts and kind of the reason why I think that's a bad example, right? First of all, I don't agree with the Iraq War. It's a really dumb idea, and it's for really, really obvious reasons. And I think it's a really bad idea. I can go into that and up to some conspiracy theory type shit, right? But it's a really bad idea, and I don't agree with it. And it's obviously not for security reasons, right? Anyone with half a brain would know that there were no security threat there, right? So let's get that out of the way. Now, a good example you could have used, for example, and in fact, I'm going to use this example, was the war with Japan, right? The use of nuclear weapons. Now, is it safe to assume that you disagree with the use of nuclear weapons?
Well, no, it's not safe, because we were at war, an actual war, where we were even struck first. So the level of weapon that you could use in a war is not the same thing as killing an innocent person to save.
So,
However, yeah, I think that the firebombing of Japan, those were war crimes. Dropping the nuclear bombs, possibly war crimes. But you shouldn't assume it's the same. But yeah, I mean, I do lean in the same direction. I mean, I'm not changing. I think killing those innocent people is questionable. On the other hand, those people were also paying taxes going to killing our innocent people. So that's different than, you know,
yeah.
or maybe
But
it's not different. Maybe it's not different. Maybe it does show that, yeah, I agree with you to a certain degree. I do think there's some ethical lines there, but I don't think
okay.
you have to torture guys, because that's also counterproductive, right? Like, so Abu Ghraib, and the thing is about the Iraq War, I don't want to put it aside, because
One
I was
second.
protesting
Your
the
Gish
Iraq
Gallic
War.
thing. Hold on. You gotta.
Can I just finish one thing? I was protesting the Iraq War before it happened. All right. And it was defended on the idea of, well, we just have to do this for security. Yeah, but it's wrong. Yeah, but this, and yeah, but he doesn't really have the weapons. Doesn't matter. Sometimes to protect yourself, you got to not pay attention to reality and just kill a motherfucker. It didn't work out. So I think it is a good example for what I'm saying.
Okay. The issue with Japan. There's two reasons why they use the atomic weapons. One was, well, obviously because they tested it, but they really wanted to test it to see the level of the type of damage that it's going to do and the effects that it's going to have. And two, there was the moral reason for it. If that war got dragged out, way more Japanese people would have been killed. Way more, and not just by American soldiers. They were gonna obviously commit suicide and, you know, kill themselves just because, well, they don't want to be conquered, you know, by the Americans, and, you know, they were very nationalistic, right?
There was a lot of evidence that they would not have surrendered. The war could have gone on another couple years at least.
Yeah, and that
Right.
would have it would have been a really bad shit stain in American history. So I don't, you know, when that bomb was used to really end the war, and it was also a show of power. To be honest, I honestly wish that deep down in my heart that it didn't you know, it wouldn't have, it shouldn't have gotten to that point, because seeing the after effects, you know, it's just one of those situations where, like, was it really justified? Yes, it ended the war quickly and more could have died, but seeing the after effects
Yeah.
of how, you know, was it really justified? Right?
What
And
if we
those
had
are the,
dropped it out at the ocean 100 miles off ashore? That might have convinced them. If they'd done the first one, you would have seen it for hundreds of miles. You know what I mean? So yeah. I think that's a judgment call, though, just because I took a seminar in college, so I don't know that it was true what they showed us, but we went through this argument a lot about whether we had to do that. And it seemed pretty compelling on both sides, that we could have done something, you know, less than destroy the, you know, the two cities, but also it did seem credible that the Japanese mentality and their nationalism was that, you know, they were not going to give into a conventional war, even once the mathematics was against them. So, but that doesn't mean you couldn't have scared them, right? You couldn't have scared them into it. So I don't judge history in such a way of what they should have done. I mean, I think it's more for us to look back and say, well, what could have happened? Fine. But on the other hand, you know, I don't think they did it to save Japanese lives, though I've heard that argument that that's true. I think it's what you said. I think, one, it was a demonstration of power when you blow up actual people. It shocked the whole world into, okay, we're not going to fuck with America for a while. And also they wanted to win the war and end it. It was very, very costly for everybody, and they wanted to end it.
no, the president actually, what's it? Lucid,
Truman.
I need your oldness. Truman, yes. Truman.
Yeah, I'm old too.
Truman. Nice. I read a few things on his comments on the whole thing, and it seems more, it was a situation that it was just required to really end that one issue, because if it dragged on, I don't think Truman would have been able to live with himself if that dragged on even more, and more people really would have died, because that war, it wasn't just war. It was getting to the point where soldiers didn't care, and the killing was just like, there was a lot of bloodlust, right? And, you know, well, we had the air power, and, you know, their infrastructure is pretty much made out of paper in a sense, you know.
Well, yeah, the
That's racist,
firebombing,
but
the firebombing of all the wooden cities in Japan was, you know, and again, there was the Dresden bombing. So a lot of the firebombing is another thing that people question whether it was moral or, on the other hand, there is something ludicrous
it's
about,
war.
I agree, there's some, see, like, I think we could stop war, and yet I have to admit, there's something ludicrous about putting too many civil, too much civilization onto war. Like, oh, you can do this, and you can shoot when you see this, but you can't shoot then, and you should walk in a file, and you shouldn't, you know. So, on the other hand, it was pretty horrendous. We were killing hundreds of thousands of civilians at a time just with the fire bombings.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and that's the thing, right? Because even the ground soldiers, they were seeing how these people are even committing suicide if they couldn't take out the soldiers, right?
the
Women
Japanese.
killing their
I
and
didn't know
women
that, but
killing their children and stuff like that. It was ridiculous, and that all of that was being reported to Truman. So I mean, what are you gonna do to really end all of that right away? And this is where it comes back to
well, then at
that
least
point
the
that I
grain of
made.
truth in that is one reason Tokyo survived as well as it did was because the war ended that way. Otherwise, what was going to happen? We were going to go be firebombing
Oh yeah,
Tokyo. So it's funny if you get right down to the neighborhood. Well, like I live in this neighborhood of this country in this city. Was it better for me or not that Hiroshima?
yeah, but take this
It's
into
funny because, but
consideration
what if
too
I
as well.
lived in yeah, so
Um,
depends a little bit where
the
you live.
emperor, they could have tried him for war crimes and atrocities, right? You know why they didn't, right? Because if they did,
I don't really remember. Not gonna guess.
The Japanese people would have been destroyed because they worshipped that man. Like he was the he was the whole he was Japan. So killing the emperor, what it was like you're killing Japan. You're killing their culture, right? So even though a lot of people might have agreed that it was the right thing to, it wasn't the right
Right.
thing to do to not, put the emperor on trial and essentially kill him, right?
Right.
But it was in doing that
Right.
kindness by, respecting their culture
I see
and,
what you're
and
getting at.
allowing them that one thing, you did
Yeah.
far more good, right?
See,
Even
I
though
agree
it's
with you.
bad.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think in geopolitics, you sometimes have to make decisions like that, and there is no one that's good. So either one
Mhm.
decision you make might. I just don't think that that justifies like recording everybody's phone calls or having torture prisons or these kinds of things don't fall in that. Sometimes you're presented with a decision, for example, as a result of a war. Maybe your country helped foment that war. It doesn't matter. You have to make the decision. You're the president or whomever, or even just a voter or a
Mhm.
person with an opinion, and you have to make that. So there you might have to make these moral compromises where you make a decision to not kill somebody that deserves it, not do justice where somebody deserves it, or to, but at the point at which you start like finding a scapegoat and killing them instead, that would be wrong. Or the moment you're going around the world and torturing and assassinating people, that's different to me, right? Because to me, being life itself presents us with these moral dilemmas where we have to do as well as we can. And I would admit, maybe I'd be wrong not to kill the one guy to save the 20 or something. But I would make that. I just happen to have thought about and know how. I think I know how I'd make that decision. But that's still different. A decision that I'm presented with that's a moral dilemma is different than in a day with the sun's out and I'm like, what am I going to do? I'm going to try to build a torture prison with my black ops budget. That I don't think is justified the same way. You see what I'm saying? Like the hard knocks of geopolitics is pretty bad and you got to play the Game of Thrones or whatever. But that doesn't mean that you should be preemptively being an evil force in the world,
No,
right? I don't
I
want my
agree
country to
with
do
you.
that. Yeah.
No, I
Well, I think we
see
found a
that's the
point of
thing.
an agreement because yeah, I see where you're coming from, and it's
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you. The thing is that I'm trying to convey is that you can agree and have certain and hold certain views, and I believe your views are righteous views, right? But you have to be realistic, right? You have to think about the actual world and what other people out there who, and the things and the lengths, the things that they're willing to do and the lengths that they're willing to go to strip you even of the right that you have right now to be able to
right.
speak freely, right? And freedom is not free. That shit is not free. It's paid in blood. It's played in lives, and there's a shit ton of metal in it, a lot of lead, you know, and there's a lot of dirty dealings. Now, and Farron, if you're still here, let me know if I'm talking bullshit. Um, the way how the government
I'm here.
collects data and how they use it is interesting, right? Like, take for example, one way that the carriers track people who illegally download songs and via torrents or whatever is that they collect data packets, right? And even the trackers too. Some of the trackers are actually sponsored by these companies, right? Am I
Yeah, I've heard
going
about this.
good so well? Oh, all right.
Yeah,
So
I've heard about that.
what happens is that these companies, they have a contract with the government, um, and what happens is that they will allow the government to look at, or they'll allow the government to look at certain data packages, right? Like take for example, there's a guy who's on the web who's searching for a crap ton of assault rifles, right? And body protection gear and all of that stuff. A guy who's looking to do, looking for items to do something really bad. Now, if a company picks up on that, they're going to report that shit, right? They're obligated to do so. And once they release the data packets to the government starts to look and investigate to verify, right? So it's not the situation where they're just gonna spy on you and collect all your data and that's it. They're not gonna do it unless you give them a good reason to. Like take for example, if Farhan, who's a hacker, decides that he's just gonna start hacking, a bunch of companies and stealing their information and stuff like that, right? Even if he's using a VPN, right? There's always some way, that VPN realize that he's doing something highly illegal, right? And he's breaking their terms of service. They can report his ass, and the government will step in and track what he's doing. That's how they catch pedophiles. That's how they catch guys who are preparing to do really really bad shit. So that's another way they use this all this stuff is that on an international level, for example, is that we basically created the internet. We have we can probably hack any country or whatever, right? And a part of keeping our country safe is that we have to cut certain deals with certain international companies and countries and collaborate in preventing certain issues from happening. But they only focus on certain groups, right, or certain people who are basically blacklisted. Am I good? Am I good so far, Farron, in terms of how they use the data packets?
That part I don't know. I don't know who they go after.
All right, like for example, the way how you would hack someone's Wi-Fi, right, and how you get the password. You'll get the password and through packets, right, data packets and little pieces of data, and your computer would decrypt, all the information and keep just throwing different passwords until it eventually gets the one that that's desired, right? That's basically how the government uses the data. That's how they quote unquote spy.
Except for this is the thing. Why do you suppose they were spying on Merkel? Did they think she was a terrorist?
I don't know, and that's the thing.
Well, I do. It was for business reasons. Most of this espionage is being abused through helping whatever the country's business interests are, helping countries get a better bid or know there was a bid going on. It's for monetary reasons, and that's a problem. That's the main problem. Why it's not
understand.
It's corporate espionage.
Yeah, but did you not hear what I just said?
Yes, but I don't think that it really. I don't think. I mean, I don't. That's yes, and what you said is the reason that they should have all this information. But in reality, I don't think that the number of people they catch this way really adds up to much. And it's not crimes that are adding up to as much as other crimes. And what they really use the data for that does add up to a big crime is corporate espionage, for businesses to undercut and play this kind of cutthroat game of you got to do underhanded things for business. Because businesses also think, hey, this is the real world. You got to do underhanded things. And I don't think so. I want to get them under law and order.
That aspect for you, right? Now, it comes back to the ISPs, the internet providers, right? Even though it sucks because a lot of people don't read the terms and agreements and shit like that. When you go on other websites, and even your ISP, they do sell your information. They you sign up with certain, like Facebook, for example, they do sell your information. They're not gonna, I mean, that's just the reality of it, right? All the government realistically is doing is just trying to track assholes. What happens
How you
is
would think
that
that, I don't
the
know.
IS no, the ISPs, they're the ones you should blame.
You think
Because they're the
governments are
ones,
only trying to catch assholes with this?
they have, like, it's the government. Like, like, financially, realistically, they don't need they don't need to sell people's information in order to get money. They're already getting money from taxes. A shit ton of taxes is being paid by people, and they're already getting money from the same ISPs and other big corporate assholes already. So money is not an issue for the government,
But they're not
right?
selling it to the
With
businesses for money. It's
No, they're
because
not.
these businesses run the government. They've hired all of these politicians, so they're in
It's not.
collusion
Blame
with
your
business.
ISP. I mean, at the end of the day, your ISP is the one that's giving out all that
Well,
data to not just
who's
the
to say I
government.
don't blame the ISP? I
Well, you
could blame the
certainly
whole
haven't.
chain of corruption, right? I could blame every step if I want. I mean, there's no blaming the ISP and then the government, who actually has to answer to me and isn't a private organization, gets off because I blamed the ISPs.
No, but that's the thing, right? When you blame the ISP and you can prove that the ISP is using your information in a way that's unconstitutional, you can punish the ISP, and the government has no choice but to punish the ISP, right? Because if they don't do it, well, that would be unconstitutional, and you know what
Well,
that's going to
but
result
but the
in.
ISPs, according to the Snowden leaks, the ISPs have given information which looks to me to be illegal, because the whole thing is illegal and unconstitutional,
No,
and
it's
yet
no,
the
it's not.
government hasn't prosecuted them because the government was the one that wanted them to do it. So they are
Them
not
giving
forced to prosecute.
No, the reason why
Yeah,
they're not being
them
prosecuted is because they
recording
protected
citizen to
themselves.
citizen conversations is unconstitutional, I believe.
Yeah,
That's
it
my
is. But I
impression.
mean, you decide
They
to
did
use their
that, and
service.
nobody's prosecuted them.
No, but you decide to use their service, and it's in their terms and agreements. So if
No,
you don't
no,
want
because
that,
the
then don't
NSA
use
was
it.
recording phone calls where it isn't in the terms of service.
No, but that's the thing. The government's only going to do stuff like that if they have a reason to.
But
They're
that's
not going
your
to.
trust the government. You understand? I don't trust them that way.
It's not
I
about
disagree.
trust.
Yeah, no, it's about
It's what
history.
about what's in their best interest, and it's
No, it's
within their
about
best
history.
interest to
It's
do.
about history of what have they used the information for in the past. And, what's good for GE is good for America. The people in government believe that. The companies like GE believe that. And so they work together against other countries and other nations that also are doing the same thing, of course.
Okay, so take for example, right? What OS are you using on your computer right now?
Ubuntu.
Ubuntu. All right. Take Windows 10 for example. A lot of people don't notice, but there is actual Windows 10 actually records and sends out a lot of information, like
Yeah.
your browser information and a ton of things, right? There's actually an option for you to turn it off, and it's actually written in their terms and agreements. So by using Windows 8, for example, right?
Yeah.
Let's say you're using that OS to buy a bunch of weapons, to do some illegal shit, right? Then Microsoft is going to most likely pass that data on to the government, and the government's going to take advantage of that, right? Now let's say um, they determine that you're just a collector, right? You just like to collect weapons or whatever. What's going to happen is that they're going to sell your information to to gun companies, right? And all you'll see when you browse the web, for example, are ads, that's based on guns, right? To convince you to buy even more guns. Like
Interesting
that's how it
example. But yeah,
works.
Oh yeah.
No, this is
Well,
literally how.
right now, I'm looking for work. I'm a software engineer, and one of the places I might work does this kind of thing. Figures out how to
Nice.
place those ads for you and retarget people. And I believe they also specialize in, if you're at one person's a shopping website that has ads, they try to have an ad that goes to a competitor's site. And but yeah, so yes, of course they do that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, you're
Like
going with this thing of we're already whoring out all our information to the likes of Facebook, so what are we complaining about? Yeah, that's true. It is true. I mean, but you're talking to somebody that barely uses Facebook and whatnot like that, because I understand about controlling my information, so I'm
Yeah,
not
and
really
Pyro,
okay with
I
that.
don't disagree with you in terms of because I'll be honest. I'm sure there's a point where some asshole, has most likely used the system that the government is using to protect itself, and it might have abused the system at some point. And another issue was that they had these secret court sessions to where how they would get warrants to record people's information and start looking into people.
Yeah, the FISA court.
The FISA court, right? A lot of people didn't know about that, and if it wasn't, for leaks and stuff like that, you wouldn't know that's something that actually goes on. Well, now they have to fix that issue.
Yeah.
Right. And it's kind of like the whole freedom of.
Well, the funny thing about FISA, is they told us about FISA. It was leaked on purpose, kind of thing. Like, we have this secret program, we're doing this, but there's a court, but it's a secret court. We know blah, blah, blah. What we found out with Snowden, though, was how they were really operating. And, for example, that they'd never turned down a warrant request ever or something at the time, So, which has changed. So they did actually are cleaning themselves up. But, yeah, it's just interesting that sometimes they tell us about these things. You know what I mean? They leak, and there's a source, and it gets on CNN, and it's well known. And but it's always an eye-opener when you see the actual documents of how it's really operating, as opposed to what they told the CNN guy.
And it's scary. I definitely understand why
and it's expensive.
Scary.
So expensive.
And that too.
So expensive. And because it's dark, I just feel there's a lot of these crazy people doing crazy stuff, like when the CIA tried to make Castro's beard fall off. There's just, these guys get crazy ideas, and for every sane one that you're telling yourself when you're saying, yeah, we need to do hard things, so let's give them the money, how many of the billions are really used for that? I mean, I might just be projecting out my own expectations about human beings and stuff, but I figure a very small percentage is going to stop an actual terrorist. And then other money is like what the FBI's been doing, where they find some schizo, they give them a bunch of bombs and weapons, and then they bust them and get in the paper. I mean, if you watch that, the FBI has been doing that. It's entrapment. I mean, they get these guys, they recruit them, give them the weapons, give them the explosives, and then move in like a Hollywood ending. As a matter of fact, that's a quote from some of the leaked emails about it. And I just think a lot of the Black Ops stuff is going to silly stuff like that. If I could really trust the government to just be doing the James Bond stuff that's really out there, and it might be, a little bit untoward, making sausage, but I just don't trust them. My vision of it is more, no, it's all the Keystone cops spending billions of dollars on idiots like the TSA. It's like, let's think about the TSA. That's a part of this big spending spree that you get to see, and what a bunch of goofuses. And you can easily get stuff through the TSA. They've had plenty of examples. Or I flew with what did I fly with? I wasn't supposed to. In my backpack, I had a wine opener, corkscrew. Not very dangerous, but certainly I flew from Hilo to LA. Then I went to Dallas. I went on an international flight down to Chile, and they found it at Chile once I got there.
Hey, Pyro, I'm going to be honest with you. You really want to know who to blame for all of this?
If you say the Jews, I'm going to be really careful.
Yeah,
Welcome, James.
'cause
My
I love
second
Jews.
favorite Jew.
Personally, I'm a big fan.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Actually, speaking about the TSA, I believe they did a survey of an experiment of the TSA, and I believe that the TSA have over a 90% failure rate in order to find and confiscate weapons and guns and other dangerous material that are stuck on the planes. So it doesn't surprise me that you can get like a corkscrew, even though you can't just be like, I'm gonna hijack this plane with a fucking corkscrew, because that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but try to get some toothpaste on.
Dude,
No. Oh, you got that bottle of water there? Well, throw that shit away.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's a big masturbation thing. It's not if it makes people feel safer. I mean, it's silly. And I didn't know that statistic you said, but the thing is, like some of these studies were done by other government agencies that do that sort of thing, right? So they legally, and there's been reporters that did it too, but my understanding is there have been people that legally did it and tested it, and yeah, that's how they test. Really bad. And you got to assume that the terrorists we're supposedly fighting train in this kind of stuff. So they would be the ones that know how to get the toothpaste on the plane.
Yeah, like anyway,
no.
terrorism is basically over with. Like, I mean, it's over with pretty much. Like, that's why ISIS is encouraging lone wolf attacks now, because that's the new thing. Like, instead of going to like that, I can understand why like you're just like, what the fuck, when it comes down to TSA, because when the last time you ever heard anybody fucking try any shit on a plane ever, right? Other than some moron schizophrenic dude like screaming and shit, right? Like and like a legitimate hijacker, like from any country, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the only one I can think of is the Malayan one, and they found like
I
shit
can
on
think
his
of one.
computer.
Well,
can
I
think of
thought, you
one.
know what I thought was good is making those reinforced doors for the cockpit and also training the pilots to be like, and don't let them take the passengers hostage, you know, don't fly into a building. And that was really 90% of what you wanted to do, because if they can't take over the plane, then they might be
Right.
able to
I
kill a
mean, yeah,
couple hundred people.
Dude,
I mean,
all
I'd
you
rather
have,
sacrifice the passenger than let them take control of the plane. I mean, that sounds
dude,
morbid and cruel.
And but that's mostly all you needed to do, because then you have a terrorist that might be able to kill a couple hundred people, which is terrible. But you know, that's it's just like if they went into a mall and shot people up. I mean, it would be terrible, but it limits things, and our fear could be limited because we're way too afraid right now. You know,
hey, James,
we kill, how many people die in cars every year, and that's fine, but we're scared shitless about terrorists. It's not
hey, James,
actually rational.
actually, I think
Yeah,
you're
I'll be back
incorrect.
in a sec. I got to be away for a sec.
I think you're incorrect, James.
Okay.
Recently, that person who was on the plane and her Galaxy Note 7 like exploded. He's a terrorist. Because she went on the plane knowing that shit could blow the plane up.
Yeah, when was that though?
I'm fucking around.
Oh,
Damn
yeah,
it, man. You can at least let me finish my damn little point, yo. It's like, dude, blame it on the Jews.
I knew you was gonna say it, because you just like, who's really problem. I'm like, oh, here we go.
While you're here, Jane, have you guys heard of the site 4chan? I'm sure you
Mhm.
have.
Yeah, who haven't
Yeah,
heard of 4chan?
4chan. Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, it's a known site. I've been going to their politically incorrect section for the last like week or so. Man, that is like one anti-Semitic website. Like really anti. I don't know if people are joking or not. Like some of the stuff that's being said, it's just like ridiculous.
Yeah, most of the 4chan people are just they just kind of troll each other. That's pretty much it. Like, it's mostly political satire with trolling, pretty much.
Yeah.
And they actually are pretty decent people. They actually do report major serious things. I believe they reported a murder because some weirdo posted a picture of his victim on 4chan. And like, holy shit, is this real? So they reported it to the police. Like, they don't fuck around when it comes down to serious, like, serious things. But like, they do troll for the most part.
But what do you think about like all these like hardcore anti-Jewish stuff?
It doesn't bother me. I mean, I deal with a lot of hardcore Jewish shit. I mean, I teased about my Jewishness all the time. I'm like, oh, I'm leaving to steal some gold. Like, I mean, I poke fun of myself. I mean, it's cool to poke fun of your ethnicity sometimes. It makes everyone laugh and everyone has a good time.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I'm not offended about it. I mean, but if they're, I mean, a couple of days ago, I think Latrell, not a couple of days, but a couple of weeks ago, there were people like, oh, my goy, a Drew. Like, they're just like really, really being kind of.
Like,
I don't know, like,
man.
I kind of got the impression that people weren't joking after a while. Like, some of the stuff was a little over the top. Like,
Yeah. I mean, there are some people who did that, yeah.
I have a question, right?
Yeah.
What's the best way to pay for college?
Own the college.
See, only fucking Jews can say shit like that.
What did you say?
He said, own the college.
That's funny.
No, I'm kidding. No, the point that I'm trying to make is that, like, there's some stereotypes that are gonna be kind of true. Like, fucking Jewish people know how to handle money. I'm sorry. Like,
well, I mean, a lot of stereotype can be explained through history. I mean, there's a reason why there's so many Jewish bankers. It's because in medieval time, it was seen as very unchristian like to handle money. So Jews were not allowed to own farms or do anything other than handle money. That's also was a negative because when shit goes down and social things has become disruptive, like the Black Plague, for example, your moneylender can be killed, and whoops, that happened. You know, Jews poisoned the well to kill the moneylender. So, things like that.
See? It runs in the blood. Money.
Jews also have a very heavy emphasis on education and reading and shit like that, so that's why we have one of the highest IQ on average in America, about 118 IQ average for Jews. I'm not saying I'm smart, I'm pretty retarded, but average Jewish Americans rank pretty high on the top of the list. Asian Americans obviously number 2.
My lady friend was telling me the other day that she went to a high school and she could have graduated as valedictorian of the high school, but she chose to go to another better high school. And there, even though her GPA was well above a 4.0, she was still not the valedictorian. She had like a 4.5, but she said the highest person was like some smart Jewish kid who had like a 5 point something because he had been taking AP classes since he was a kid.
Damn,
yeah,
James.
like that's what that's what I mean. Like in Jewish culture, we have a very strong emphasis on education because it's kind of a smart thing to do. Like so, the Asian American, you know, like you know, you have a B minus, you fail kind of scenario, kind of thing, similar to Jews.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, my family's the same way. Like, I mean, I guess we're kind of in the Asian rut in this one. Like, like it was extremely like education. That was like a big deal for us. Like, if I got like C's, like my parents would tell me like you're going to be a failure in life, and you're like, because for them like that was a reality. So they really beat us. They beat it into us. I remember actually crying. Like my like parents would yell at me and like the point I'd cry because like I didn't get high enough grades. I mean, now granted I was kind of being bad in school, but
my parents didn't give a fuck. They're just like, well, as long as you pass, whatever.
Why is Lucis?
Yeah,
so
like that's
quiet?
one thing I've noticed. Like a lot of people nowadays, like they don't care. They're just like you be you. You know, if you're not studying, like, dude, that was not the way it was for me. Like, they really would let me have it if I didn't pass. Like, my brother wasn't in a magnet school. And my mom, I remember just distinctly, like, let him have it, saying, like, how come all the other people went to a magnet school and you didn't go to a magnet school? Like, stuff like that. Which
it's weird.
Probably a little too much. But
like, my parents didn't really care about my education. They were just kind of like, whatever. The only reason why I did well in school was, well, I was just one of those kids who was born, like, I just wanted to get out the situation that I was in, and I knew that the only way for me to get out of it was to do well in school. So no one had to tell me to do well in school. It was just a given. Like, it was just something that I needed to do in order to do to achieve certain goals, right? And that's always been me, which is
It
very
also depends
frustrating.
on the educator in the school. I mean, for a very long time, I was like for the most part of my high school, I was pretty much flunking out because I mean that school was shit. You know, like it was bad. Like the teacher didn't give a fuck. Like pretty much all the students. I mean, a third of the freshman class were pregnant or was pregnant or is
Oh
currently
my
pregnant.
God.
Yeah, so a third of the freshman class female was or is currently pregnant in that high school. So that shows how pretty bad that school was. And
You sure you
I
didn't
didn't give a fuck.
impregnate any of them?
I pretty much slept through all class. Like I didn't give a fuck about math. I'm like fuck math, and I don't care about that. Um, but history, I'm good with history, so I sleep through all. I didn't even do my homework in history. I just like I'll just ace the test, and there you go. I just got passing grades. Um, I pretty much flunk ninth grade, but then I transferred to another school right when they're about to flunk, so I managed to catch up and then graduated.
Oh,
Hooray!
okay. You kind of remind me of myself. Like, like I can do well in all my classes, but I choose not to because, well, one, it reduces the amount of stress, and two, some of them are really fucking pointless because I have no need for them. Like for me, like for example, in Jamaica, I studied the business subjects like um, business administration, principles of accounting. Um, oh, he dropped out. Principles of accounting, marketing, economics, um, electronic document preparatory management, and office procedures. Right? I
I
did not
have
like.
no idea what the fuck you're talking about. It's like oh, big words I can't understand because I never even took those classes.
No, those are the name of the classes that I had to take.
Yeah,
Um,
they sound boring. I can understand your pain. They sound so fucking boring to me. Like, oh, office management. What do? You put files in a drawer. The end.
it's funny too because like that shit is actually really fucking complicated. There's a system to it, and I was just never interested in any of that crap. You know, like I was always interested in computers and stuff like that, and I did take um, IT information technology classes, and I did take one science class um, like pretty much every year, but like those other things were not my passion. I wanted to do electrical engineering so I could get a base for computer hardware engineering whenever I went to college or whatever. But because the way of like how the system was set up down there back at the time was if your if your average was above 85 from what I remember, 85 or 90, like you don't take certain classes because they wouldn't be challenging for you. And the whole thing with Jamaican education is that it's very they always challenge you and they always push kids to that limit. Like that's why the CXCs are some of the hardest fucking exams in the fucking world. No damn reason. And it's like you have to pay for those exams too. Like so if you fail them, you're wasting money. And you know, Jamaica is a developing country and so there's not a lot of money. So you better make sure you pass that fucking exam. So like with those things into consideration, like you're just kind of put in a situation where you have to do well because if you don't do well, not only your parents are probably gonna whoop your ass, you're gonna be wasting a lot of money, you know. So like there's that pressure too on top of it, but I only did well enough for most subjects just to pass them. Like if I didn't stress it. Math, I did better in math because that was my weakest subject, and it still is. I suck at math. But the only reason why I did well was because I practiced math um, more than all the other subjects, and I focused on it more. So, yep.
I just didn't give a fuck about school. It's pretty much
Lazy
simple.
bastard.
I pretty much, yeah. I didn't care. You know, I was just one depressed Jew, I guess.
Oh,
And
I
the school
got you.
wasn't good. The school was horrible, like under budget, overpopulated. Then I moved to a small town, which is school was very, very nice. The teacher was very professional. So I got from like a 2.7 GPA to up to around 3.6, which doesn't sound a lot or anything like that, but it's
That's not bad.
yeah, well, pretty much like B's and C's, pretty much the average. All our classes were just fucking easy. My friends' classes was just sit around, do nothing. Every once in a while, do a package. Great, easy B. Math was pretty easy, except as a bipolar teacher, that was kind of awkward. Was put in kind of like a retard English class. I'm not trying to be mean, but pretty much it. And then they're like, all right, we'll write an essay about something. And I wrote like a 3-page essay, and everyone only wrote like one paragraph. They're like, all right, well, he's too smart for this class. So they kicked me out. And then they put me in AP English, and then I pretty much aced AP English.
Yeah, I took AP Calculus and AP Earth Science when I came here to the U.S. and I went to high school again because I graduated super early in Jamaica. But yeah, I took those because those were like the only challenging courses that were available. I'm curious. Hey, country girl. How was your high school experience? If you're still there and not sleeping, that is.
She's asleep.
Oh, okay. Did she tell you about her high school experience?
Somewhat.
Gotcha. Was it a good one?
I guess it was. She was wild.
Gotcha.
Oh. Yeah, right.
I'm back.
Yeah.
She's waking. She's awoke now, but she's
You're like, huh? What the fuck's going on here? Oh, okay, go back to sleep.
Yeah, she was wild as shit.
Woke her up.
Way to go, man! You wake her up. Nice,
So Pyro,
Awake, man. I'm awake.
sorry we woke you up.
That's all right. Anything but you for you, boo boo.
Yeah.
Woo! Oh, Dean, I must have been dreaming about you. I'm sitting here sweating. Damn.
Oh man.
Wild as shit.
Your husband is super funny.
He can't do shit with him.
So Pyro, so at least we came to the agreement that who's to blame, right? The Jews.
Well, I was reading. I was reading
Goebbels.
I was reading Goebbels' diaries, and I realized I'm totally down with this Jewish. I'm on the Jews' side. I want a cosmopolitan society, destroy nationalism. Sounds good to me.
Well,
What do you say about that, James?
you can laugh it up, but wait until tax season, motherfucker.
I'm not Trump. I pay my taxes.
Oh.
Well, you're a fool if you do, because technically income taxes are illegal.
Drop the mic.
Yeah, but see, my family's been in this America and the United States a long time, and I actually believe we need to charge taxes in order to run a country.
Yeah, that's why you charge the overall income of the person, not the basis of their checks or anything. The government is not allowed to take money out from your paycheck completely.
Well, I frankly think that there only needs to be a land tax and no other kind of tax. So I'm
Yeah,
with you if you want to get rid of income tax, but there'd be other taxes.
yeah,
Cheap
like I agree.
bastards.
Yeah, I advocate for a progressive tax-based system, and actually, I'm not really cheap. I actually advocate for higher, on average, taxes for everybody.
Ah. I do actually know that the income tax started as a war tax, right? And there was a voluntary aspect, and but I also know of people that have taken that all the way to court and end up in jail. So it's like the
Yeah,
de
Imagine.
facto enforcement is that. But it's kind of like we were talking about earlier, like why I don't trust the government. They enforce what they want to enforce, really, including precedents that never really started out in a court to begin with. But
well, you
once
can
they get
say,
there for a while,
you can reject not paying taxes or serve in the military based on religious purposes. That's how the Amish get away with that, pretty much. And the Mennonites, they don't pay taxes.
yeah, well, tell Kent Hovind, he went to jail thinking he could.
That's
He could
funny.
Pretty sure Kent Hovind's not really an Amish guy. I mean, he look
no, no,
Amish.
no, but
No,
he got
he's
in
not.
trouble for tax problems, and he's a big tax activist, and doesn't think you should have to pay it. But he basically thought he could cover everything under his ministry, and the government disagreed.
Yeah, I don't know how the
Probably.
Amish can get away with that. You look into that a little bit.
Maybe
Well,
it's
you know what? I'll just be honest. Yeah, I don't know if you were talking about. You mean specifically the Amish pay no taxes, like personal taxes? Just oh, that's right. Wait, I think I remember. There's some
Yeah,
special law, even right,
yeah, like
that
I'm
they
pretty.
don't
Yeah,
have to.
yeah, because they don't accept any government benefits. So it's like, okay, well, they don't
Mhm.
accept any government benefits, so there's no reason
Yeah,
for them to pay taxes. Maybe
yeah,
that
yeah.
might be
No,
a fair clause. Like you don't take any government benefits, but you don't pay any taxes. That might be a fair trade-off.
I do believe in
Yeah.
arguments like that. Yeah, I think that that's interesting. It's kind of like squatters' rights, or there's a lot of different things where um, you really or the Quakers not having to go to be subject to the draft, or there's certain things where if you really are can show that philosophically, hey, our community doesn't take benefits, or which is a weird one, or we have, you force people to give you conscientious objector status and invent these kind of things because you proved, hey, no, I really need that. But yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if they're not using any of the social services, then they shouldn't be paying for it.
Yeah,
of course, there's
they pay everything out of pocket. So like if they have to go to a hospital, like a modern hospital, they pay everything out of pocket. Like they don't
Yep.
have insurance, they pay everything out of pocket.
so the argument against that, and the reason most people don't get away with that argument, you can't not use the services of the military
Yeah,
guard or the border guard or whatever.
yeah. There's some services, you have to pay for. It makes sense, but I do understand
But
them.
that's why you take my taxes based on purchasing goods to support the military or property or something like that.
They call
It,
that GC.
That's an interesting idea, like an earmarked sales tax, like you buy
yeah,
bullets,
pretty
so
much.
some of it goes
Yeah,
to
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think first of all, it hurts the consumers because it is bullshit that let's say you work like $12 an hour, right, and the government takes like two away. That you're not really working 12 hours, $12 an hour, right? You're only working like maybe 10 or 11. That's not fair. The dollar spent should be kept to the consumer. Therefore, the consumer has a dollar left over. Therefore, has more to consume and spend over time. Um, Also, that's the whole fucking point of capitalism, which is to get the consumer to spend on stupid shit, like the Kim Kardashian board game. Get them to buy that shit. That's the point
right.
of capitalism. If you
James,
take
you're a
away money,
socialist, right?
I am a social capitalist.
Mm,
For example, I believe that the government should own the production and the controlling of national resources, because now we don't have big oil companies or gas companies, electrical companies. We don't have all these big businesses dictating the inflation of prices that goes up or down based on the market demand. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think, Pyro? Is he a dirty commie? Dirty commie Jew?
Not from my point of view.
Who called you that one time? I'm trying to remember.
There's a misconception that all Jews are communist socialists.
No, I know. A huge misconception. I'm trying to remember who freaking called you that. I'm like, who's this disrespectful asshole, yo? Like,
I mean, if we go to reality, everyone is a socialist. It just depends how ready you
yeah,
are. That's
yeah.
a really good quote I love to use all the time. Like, everybody loves socialism. It just depends on the aspects of socialism. For example, most conservatives get really, really frowny face upon socialism, but they like the status quo socialism with Medicare, Medicaid, paramedics, the military, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, boring.
Lucid, why are you so quiet, man? I've never heard this guy this quiet for this long.
I'm tired. I did have a weird thought earlier, though. Why is the comparison always done about, if you could kill one person to save everyone else in the world, why is it always put that way? Why didn't it put, so at least it kind of might make sense? Like say, I'm tired, but there.
I know, the trolley problem.
No, say that we've got a single person. We've investigated. It's the first zombie infection, and he gets loose. He's going to infect the entire world. We have no idea how to stop it. Can you shoot him?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, that's where I go.
Easily
Yes,
not
because
to.
he's the danger. He in that case is the danger, and it's not the same question as do you kill an innocent person?
Right.
Yeah,
Right. Basically, there has to be some justification.
Right.
A great example is the Typhoid Mary. They took that bitch and isolated her on the island for the rest of her life because she was a walking carrier of diseases. So, like, she did kill people. I'm saying, they snapped that bitch up, and then, yep, here you go, you're on the island, you're all by yourself. So, like, she pretty much died alone. Like, no one would visit her. Like, and they would shoot her ass if she tried to leave or anything like that. Like, she had a house, she was comfortable. Like, she wasn't, like, living in a shack in the middle of the ocean or anything. But they pretty much made her die all by herself on an island of old age or whatever disease or anything like that. It's a good example of your scenario.
Yeah, I thought that was a drink.
No, I mean, I think it's good to have thought experiments, especially ones like these where you can really explore certain aspects of your morality, right?
Jews don't have morals, anyways.
That's a lie, damn it. Jesus had morals.
Yeah, that's why we hang Jesus on the cross, because he nailed it.
Anyways, asshole. It's funny too because being a Jew, you're like, you run the world. You worship a Jew, motherfucker. About it.
That is pretty interesting. It's like you guys do worship a Jew. That is pretty interesting.
So technically, even though Jesus is not on the earth right now, like, and Christianity is like, I guess, the dominant religion, Jews are still technically running the world.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay, but let's try this. Okay, say a guy's sentenced to death. I live in Texas. This is common.
Oh my God.
So, say his choice of the method of being put to death is to be crucified. Would you allow it?
No, because that falls under the U.S. Constitution of cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, but he wants it.
Yeah, but
well,
you'll be breaking the law by.
there's some prisoners whose last request was a cup of dirt, like an actual cup of dirt, and their request was denied. There's some people who requested to be shot, but their request was denied.
Yeah.
Lethal ingestion, for the most part, because I say most, my cat's being a dick, for the most part, is the most humane method of execution. I'm actually against the death penalty because it doesn't make
I'm
sense.
for it.
It's kind of funny because there is a actual the most humane way is nitrogen asphyxiation.
Yeah,
If you feed someone nitrogen, because as long as you can exhale carbon dioxide, you won't even notice that you're not getting oxygen. That does not give people the feeling of asphyxiation. So you can put people in a chamber or a mask of pure nitrogen, and they'll just slowly, they'll just slowly pass out.
Yeah,
As a
but
matter of fact,
yeah.
people that work around nitrogen, it's a big problem, right? If there's a nitrogen leak in the atmosphere, you can easily pass out before you even know anything's happening. It's funny we don't do that. I don't really get it. It's
it's
a
cost
well-known
effective.
thing.
I mean, it's kind of the reason why we don't really do it because one, it's pretty much like, oh, let's have a gas chamber, pretty much.
Well, but I
uh,
mean, even Dr. Kevorkian is doing this. Dr. Kevorkian's doing the same thing, but with the carbon monoxide, right? Which does cause poisoning and sickness and stuff. With nitrogen poisoning, if you stop doing it and start breathing air, there will be no lasting effects whatsoever. And even Dr. Kevorkian, I mean, it's a well-known thing, but not everybody knows it. I mean, why did he not use? It's not like nitrogen's hard to get. You could put a mask on people just like with carbon monoxide. And if they just sit
Yeah.
there and relax and want to die, they will. So it's
I
a
think
funny
Yeah.
thing.
I think lethal ingestion is to quickly ensure the death, other than, all right, let's go check in 30 minutes. Oh, he's alive, but brain damage. You know what I'm saying? It's the quickest
Yeah,
method to kill someone, except for one time when the guy was in complete agony for 45 minutes.
yeah.
But for the most part, they usually die really quick, like almost
Yeah,
instantly.
Well, I would
You
say it's
know,
because
hold
we're
on.
coming from the shooting people and guillotine side. So the original point was, who cares if it's painful? Then when we decided we'd be humane, we're not like coming from. I mean, like nitrogen asphyxiation's been used by ranchers that want to kill animals. Sometimes they've killed animals this way. Uh, because they wanted to be humane from the beginning. The point was to get meat or whatever, Whereas when we started, killing people, capital punishment, a lot of people want them to hang from the noose and choke and be in pain for a while.
yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
Hey,
against that
Drew,
though. Like, I'm against.
James,
Yes.
why is it that you are against the um the death penalty? Isn't it
Um.
cost effective to put criminals down than to, like, I don't know, feed them and clothe them and
Well,
bed
one.
them and give them a roof over their heads for the rest of their lives using the taxpayers' money?
Well, one. The U.S. political system is severely flawed because we punish prisoners instead of rehabilitate them in order for them to become a productive member of society. So instead
Asakura.
of training them and becoming a productive member of society, and then allowing them to show us through their own action to become a productive member of society, and therefore contribute to society instead of taking from society. Number two, it's really fucking irony to kill a murderer who killed somebody. That doesn't make any sense in my opinion. Oh, the crime for taking a life is we're gonna take your life.
Well,
That
my view of it's a little different in that I think it should be optional. Basically, if you if you're convicted of something, like murder, something like that, then basically you're sentenced with the option of life in prison, which can be horrific itself, or death. So the
Yeah,
person,
I think that's true.
yeah,
I mean, that's a fair thing.
yeah,
I would agree with
Well,
that.
I guess you.
I mean,
I guess you can see it that way.
I don't even want to have life imprisonment for prisoners. I think at most
It's a waste of
prisons,
money.
yeah, it's a waste of money. Like, what? They're fuck anyway. They're gonna die in prison, right?
No.
I mean,
it depends. Kind of like Manson. I mean, situations like that. I mean, I don't know of anyone who actually wants that guy out on the streets.
Yeah,
that's
I
why
do
you put him in a
understand that
mental
part of it.
institution. I'm saying the average prisoner, right? Not Manson, because Manson is fucking way of an exception, right? He's a nutbag, right? The most he would be is transferred from a prison to a psychiatric hospital. Like, he's not going to be back in society, right? I'm saying after 30, 40 years of being in prison, a lot of time the prisoner honestly do feel guilty. Like, they do see what they fucking did was wrong. And in fact, what happens when you have a life in prison is that you have a fuck it mentality. You're not ever getting out. So why the fuck would you work to be a good guy, right? Like, that's why most prisoners that kill other prisoners or get caught smuggling or anything like that is because they're already fucked. Like, they have no chance of getting out. So they don't try or anything.
There's a truth to that, right? Whereas I think, me personally, I think that prisons shouldn't necessarily just be ways to punish people, but ways to rehabilitate them, to fix them, essentially.
See, I'm
Right?
an namby-pamby liberal, so I agree with these sentiments, but I'm also an American, and so when I see, like, this guy Breivik that killed those kids at the camp, and he's in,
Oh yeah.
and then you get 20 years for anything, I'm American enough that it's like, well, let me shoot him. I
Yeah.
have a visceral reaction, and yet I know it would be better to do things like that. Maybe not exactly that, though, because that seems a little silly.
No, but
But
come on, guys. Come
I
on.
mean,
There are some people who deserve to just get fucking put down. Like, it
I don't
shouldn't
even.
even be a question, man.
I don't think anyone should deserve to be put, quote unquote, put
Well-
down. I don't really like using that term because that sounds like you're putting down an animal.
Well,
I mean-
my objection is that I don't trust the government, but sometimes I don't trust them to choose. And there's been plenty of examples with the Innocence Project of why you can't trust the government. But sometimes, like that guy, the Long Island train shooter that defended himself, he was tackled at the scene. And then he said in his self-defense, I'm innocent. It was mistaken identity. He was tackled at the scene by victims. So, or would-be victims, and killed like 16 people. And I do think it would be it is legit. That guy did that. And I think capital punishment would, make sense in that case. It's just that most cases, people think they have the guy, they have a trial, they decide they have the guy, and oops, it wasn't him.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal about as far as why I say optional, because if you get life in prison, you depending on the state, depending on the exact ruling, sort of, you can go before parole board with the potential to get out. You can appeal the case with the potential to show that you've been falsely imprisoned, because we've had cases like that. But if you're someone, once where you did it, they got you, you're done, and your option is life imprisonment, which would be mental torment to you, just
Or
be
maybe not.
horrible. Well, it depends on the person. That's what I mean. That's why it's a choice.
Well,
And,
you brought.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's why I was saying optional.
I mean, it's mental torment either way. You're either getting life in prison or you're waiting on death row waiting for your death. So you're fucked either way when it comes down to mental torment, though.
James, you had mentioned, you brought in there the mental health thing, and this is a funny thing to me. It's like when somebody kills somebody and we catch them, and we ask, one of the things we ask is if they were crazy or not, right? Is it going to be, by insanity? And it's kind of funny to me because if you kill some guy, isn't that evidence of insanity? I mean, what are we looking for besides the killing a guy that would really prove it was insanity? I think basically if you kill somebody, there was probably a mental health situation involved, with your decision making, right?
Well,
No, I
you
wouldn't
can,
say
you
that.
can, yeah.
Well,
I
like,
mean,
what's the example of where you healthily, with mental health, killed a guy?
give
Okay.
me your shit, motherfucker, or I'll blow your brains out. Oh, you move a little bit. Boom.
No, that's self-defense. You don't go to jail for that at
No,
all.
I'm
That's
robbing
not.
you. I'm robbing you.
No, he's robbing you.
You're
I'm
robbing me, and
Yep.
I, and
And
I,
then you move,
and you
then
shoot
I.
me,
Yep.
and that's not crazy.
No,
I
that's
think so.
greed.
Well, I don't know because it's like a guy doesn't want a divorce because his wife will take
If
too
a
much
friend,
of his fortune. So instead, he tries to plot it out where he can kill her and hopefully get away, and he's caught. Um, I don't think that's a sane move anyway. Although he
right.
appears to have thought it out, it's not really that sane of a
I think.
thing.
I think. I think. The,
Right,
I
that's
think
what I'm
the key.
saying.
I think the
Hold
key word
on,
is
there's some
intent.
conflation going on here. You can't conflame insanity with stupidity, right? Or lack of good planning
When you
or
decide
intent.
that, hey, this is a good plan to take this person out, like let's say you're a petty criminal, no, that's not a good career move from you, and probably the reason you chose that has to do with some sort of emotional problem that we would call a psychological problem. And if you take,
No,
when I was a kid, they used to have crimes of passion. The example would be you can't walk in on your wife and she's sleeping with some guy and you kill him. Well, that's understandable. You lost your cool. Yeah, well, that's a temporary insanity. Then I mean, that is not a cool. That is not a healthy emotional decision
I think the
no,
key
but you
in
word.
our
can't.
society,
I
at
mean,
least.
Hold on,
Hold
let
on.
me say something
we
before
still
we
have
go any further on this.
yeah we
Listen,
still have that law in Texas.
you're conflating insanity with
Murder.
essentially bad decision making, right? Or people coming up with bad ideas. It's
No,
not the
specifically
same.
murder. When you decide to murder somebody,
I
that
know,
would fall under something that would go in the DSM.
no, I
But
know, but think about it this way, right? Like the example that James gave, right? He's sticking you up, he's taking your shit, right? You seen his face, right? It would make sense for him to put a fucking bullet in your forehead
But if
because,
you had a
well,
friend that started robbing people,
hold on, let
yeah,
me
I get
finish.
what you're saying.
Let me finish. It would make sense for him to put a bullet in your head because, one, he doesn't trust you, he doesn't know you, and he knows that there's a very high chance you're going to tell the authorities. They're going to ask you to describe his face. You're going to describe his face. They're going to make sketches, and his face is going to be plastered all over the place, right? So, realistically, it would be a smart thing for him to take your life.
Well, no,
Is that
realistically, it'd
insanity?
probably be yes, because realistically, he shouldn't be robbing people. That does not usually last very long as a career, right?
yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah, I was just making an example. Like I'm not saying like it's
if
realistic.
my friend,
Yeah.
if I'm 20 and my friend starts to say, "Hey, I'm going to rob people," he would be a crazy motherfucker. People that decide that kind of stuff, it's because they got a problem, a mental, emotional problem.
No.
100% of the time. A guy that wants to kill his wife as opposed to just divorce and not kill her, he's got an emotional problem. That's what that is. I'm not conflating it with every bad decision or being stupid. I'm saying when you decide to kill somebody, that that is so beyond the pale of any reasonable decision, there is no example of a reasonable decision to do it.
I think the key word is
That's
intent.
why you can only do it in self-defense.
Yeah,
Then
it's
we consider
intent.
that reasonable. But if it's not self-defense and is therefore murder, it's never reasonable, and it
Well, I
really
mean,
isn't reasonable. We're not just
But hold
catching
on.
people that are doing something smart for themselves. These people are doing idiotic things for themselves.
yeah, I think the key word is the intent. What is the intent of the person and why they took the life? Like for
Yeah, but
example,
think.
for example, you can call it involuntary manslaughter or
Consider this.
involuntary. Yeah,
You could kill a guy, and if you ran down the street naked beforehand, you could get away with it. Because you're insane. Because the one thing proves you're insane, and the other thing, I don't know. It's because our society is soft on murder. We're actually okay with it. Killing people is sometimes smart. That's what we think. Sometimes that can be the smart decision. But I'm pointing out it never really is. And I'm not doing it as a moralist. I'm going, you have to be batshit crazy to think that killing your ex-wife is going to be a good idea for your future.
Well, I mean, actually, if you actually look at people who proclaim insanity for self-defense, a vast majority of anybody who use that defense ultimately is not declared insane by a psychologist.
Yeah.
Well, of course, yeah.
Insane people,
Because they have,
insane people
again,
don't know they are insane.
yeah, because again, it's the intent. The psychiatrists
Mhm.
Yeah.
figure out the intent of the murderer,
Yeah.
and therefore clarify that that person rationally know with full intent to kill someone because of blah 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 blah. Right?
Right,
That's
yes.
why a drunk person is not an excuse for stabbing his best friend in the face 50 times.
Okay, that's what I'm really conflating in my little thing. Is the difference between no, it is true. Is that you're right. The meaning of insanity in a legal defense is that you actually didn't know what you were doing, as if you were having a hallucination and thought you were killing a spider and it was a person. That kind of thing. That's what it's supposed to, And so obviously, that's not the kind of insanity that I'm referring to. But I'm not giving up my, position, because I do think that the point is that really it's pretty insane to kill people.
Yeah,
And-
it is. I think we all agree.
So,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, we don't.
In other words, I
yeah,
think
we
that
all
the
agree.
legal technical definition is kind of silly as well. I mean, and it's all.
No.
As a matter of fact, the intent. I once worked for this professor, and he was like, he never got chosen for jury duty, and the reason is like, as soon as he'd get up there, he'd say, "I don't think I can read people's mind. I can tell you whether I think this guy is guilty, but I can't tell you what intent he had in his mind. I can't read minds." And
That's
so
not
he'd
his
get
job, though.
dismissed. No, you have to decide what the intent is
No.
on a jury.
No.
That's
Well.
what determines what crime it was.
Well, jury, they don't. That's not their job. The person who's there
Find
for
out the
that.
intent.
No, the person who's there to find out the intent are the people who are investigating.
No,
What the
they
jury is
decide,
supposed to
though.
do.
Okay, go ahead.
What the jury's job is to determine whether the intent conforms with the crime that is committed, right? That's basically
How
what
is that
they're.
different, though? I mean, so for example, sometimes they
There's a difference.
send a crime to the jury, and it could be first-degree murder or manslaughter, and the difference between those two is the intent and maybe some other details, but mostly the intent, and the jury decides that. So obviously, yeah, they don't go investigate the crime themselves, but they're deciding whether what the intent of the person is based on the facts they were presented with. So
Yes,
I don't see the distinction.
No, a part of the facts is the intent. That's how.
You can't read someone's mind, though. You're always guessing about intent.
This has nothing to do with reading people's mind. What I'm trying to say is that juries basically, okay, like take for example, if you say you're playing with your buddy, right? And let's say you and him has had a bad relationship in the past, and you guys fight a lot or whatever, right? But everything is cool, right? And one day, like you guys are playing, and like say you're like throwing an iron ball or whatever. You threw the ball, and it hit him in the head, really hard, and it kills him, right? Police comes in, you get arrested, and the investigators looked at your past relationship with this person and say, hey, their relationship has been really bad in the past, right? So there's a possibility of the intent to kill, right? Now, once the jury is presented with the case and all sides have been put out, right, the jury then has to determine whether or not whether or not you truly intended on killing your buddy, right? So
Yeah, like
that's
if there was
what
a
they do.
witness and the guy said, "I'm going to kill you," right before he threw it, boom, different crime than if he didn't say that. And yet we know he could have thought it in his head, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's my point.
No, I definitely get that, but
Okay.
but what I'm trying to get you to understand is that
Okay.
Their job is to not to determine the intent itself. What they're
I'm sorry,
trying
I'm
to
not getting that. What? Because it sounds to me like that's them determining what the intent really is. They're presented with arguments as to what the intent was from the prosecution and the defense, and then they decide what they think it really was, and their decision is the final one.
no, the intent is part of the evidence. That's what I'm trying to say,
No, there's
right?
evidence. No, there's evidence that is used to argue for an intent. For example, a witness that heard the person say, "I'm going to kill this guy tomorrow," then suddenly it's a premeditated murder, unless the jury says, but he was joking. So it's up
No,
to the jury to decide, based on the evidence of intent, what they think the intent really was.
I mean, basically, the intent is to be proven by the prosecution,
or the
but
defense.
or the defense, depending on what you're trying to, which way you're trying to
Well,
go
they
with it.
both always
And
go for it, right? Both of them
yeah,
always have an
yeah,
argument, right?
and
Obviously.
the jury has to decide.
Like,
I mean,
like,
was it's kind of like a guy goes out and gets drunk, drives down the road, and hits somebody and kills them. Turns out it was someone he knew. Did he intentionally drink a bunch of booze so that he would test for drunk, so that he could pull off and get a negligent homicide instead of murder? Or did it truly happen as an accident? Jury
yeah,
decides it.
right. So, for example, you guys know that Robert Durst, they made that movie Jinxed on a documentary, and he's killed a few people, starting with his wife, evidently. But one thing was funny. So he went on the run, dressed as a woman, pretended to be a mute, ended up killing a guy, chopping him up, putting him in plastic bags, throwing him in the river. They found the bags. They figured out it was him. He went on trial. He's super rich. He got great lawyers. And guess what? The
Got
jury
away.
said it was self-defense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because the
no
argument
problem.
was that they had argued, and the guy he had killed was sort of ornery or argumentative and drunk and yelling at people. And so he got in a fight. He killed him out of self-defense. Then he panicked. He cut the body up, threw it in the river, never told anybody, got caught, self-defense. So, and that was in the hands of the jury. I guarantee that that was not the intent that seemed obvious to everybody else or the prosecutors, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it was a situation where we were maybe talking past each other. What I was saying was that the jury was like, they're determining whether or not the intent conforms with the evidence, right?
Right.
So even though there's, for the most part, there's evidence suggesting that, there's a high chance you intentionally threw that ball hard enough to hit your buddy in the head and kill him. But based on seeing the whole evidence, right, they can come to the conclusion that you didn't kill him, you didn't murder him. Basically, there was no intent, right? It was just an accident, and they can come to that decision by also looking at the evidence, the most recent evidence of you and this person's
Yeah.
relationship.
I guess the thing
So
I'm
I'm not
getting at
saying
is a question because okay, I'm sorry. The question I have is it really intent? Is intent really what makes, I mean, isn't there an argument that the results of your action, you threw a steel ball at the guy, normally you fight, normally you missed him, this time you killed him, aren't you just as culpable for that?
no.
Almost
I mean,
really no
if
matter why?
no, I mean, okay, think about it this way,
Unless it
right?
was totally indirect, right? If it's totally an indirect thing, like I left a brick in the road and the guy hit it with his bike and then he fell and he died.
Yeah,
But that's
people
not even intent. That's how direct of it. You threw a metal ball at the guy and killed him. Are you really innocent if you were thinking it would just not kill
dude,
him?
think about it this way, right? Like when I was a little kid growing up in Jamaica, we used to make we call them bings. They're slingshots, and what we would do is that we would take like a Y crook from a tree, right? And we'll like carve it up and clean it up, right? And then we would braid elastic bands around it, and we would create like a catapult, right? And there would be a lot of resistance on it. And what we would use to shoot at each other was marbles, like glass and metal marbles, and shoot at each other. That's very fucking dangerous. We used to play Stone Wars and throw huge rocks at each other and fucking. You get what I'm saying?
Sure,
So
my
the
dad
example,
and my uncle used to throw darts at each other, you know, actual ones, metal darts.
yeah. So
Yeah, for fun.
sometimes, yeah. So
They used to
sometimes,
shoot the gun at each other, but in that case, they weren't trying to hit each other. It's like, you run there and I'll shoot right behind you. It'll be just like a movie.
see, that's the crazy thing, right? Like sometimes we do things that are dangerous. That's fun, right? And that's why I use that scenario, because sometimes we might have rocky relationships with people, but really we do love them deep down inside. You get what I'm saying?
So we want to
So
be able to kill them every once in a while on accident.
that's a terrible straw, man.
No, I'm not using it as an argument. I'm saying it's kind of like that. I mean, it's just like I was saying about murder. The
That's
reason
funny.
the reason we say innocent by insanity is, in my view, is that we're coming from a history where we did do some of these crazy things, or we had, my grandfather they would never pull a fight, but he would, after the bar, guys would punch each other, and nobody was killing each other or pulling a gun, but it was crazy. Just
Yeah,
like the crime of passion. When I was young, and I'm 48, it was still very, a crime of passion. The guy, your wife, of course you killed the guy you found in bed with your wife, and now you're going to get a misdemeanor version of murder or whatever, because, yeah, it made you crazy. We could see that. We would see where you're coming from. It doesn't actually mean it was okay to react that way. Now most of us would know that's not worth it. It just happens. Move on, right? And that's more sane. And it's fine that if we are not easy on ourselves because we shoot marbles at our cousins, and we understand where people are coming from that do that, but in reality it's not okay to shoot marbles at your cousins, and sometimes kids are
yeah.
going to die that way, and we're slowly learning that. And so I think that it would be healthy to just admit murder. If you want to tell me a situation where murder was rational, if I was answering my own question, I would have said, well, it's Somalia and everything's chaos and there's no government, and that guy looked like he was going to take your water from your kids. Then maybe, but like in a modern society where there's any law in place,
That would
it
be
is
considered
insane to
murder.
kill people. It is insane to kill people. And even when it's not insane, it should be illegal. So, I mean, I know we all agree on that, but I'm just saying I'm emphasizing the result of your action as opposed to the intent. But
Yeah,
I can
I
think of
disagree.
counterexamples. I mean, I even gave one, where intent is important. If you accidentally, or
No, I
kid
mean,
that pulls out a
accident.
gun and accidentally shoots their cousin playing with the gun that was loaded in the closet type thing. No, I don't blame the kid.
No, but
I don't think
that
they're
wouldn't
trying to
be
kill the
considered
other person.
murder, though.
Right.
The only reason why it would be considered murder is based on the intent, right?
Right,
That's
and I'm
what
saying
makes
I
murder
agree. In that
murder.
case, well, right, and that's the sense in which I am conceding. I don't have an absolute position. I mean, I'm
Oh, okay.
conceding that a child is a good example of why intent could matter. I mean, if you had a 10-year-old kid that was stupid and shot his cousin with the gun,
Hmm.
that's different than a 10-year-old kid that wanted to go kill somebody, took his dad's gun
So,
to go kill somebody
so
with,
what
right?
do you think about this case then, right? I'm sure, I'm sure you probably heard of it,
Mhm.
and even Lucid, right? So, so married guy walks in one day, right? And he hears his wife screaming, right? Gets his gun, goes in, see another man fucking his wife, right? His wife sees him, screams rape. He shoots the guy who's fucking his wife, kills him, right? Now, now it turns out that the wife had a romantic relationship with the random guy who
Right.
got killed, Now tell me, do you think that that man who that the husband who killed the wife fucker,
Right.
um,
Yeah,
do
it's a
you
good
think that?
example because about intent. Because let me just answer. I think she ought to be on trial and convicted of murder.
No, she
Yeah.
was,
Yeah, that's
but
what I would say. And he obviously should not be because, as far as he knew, he was, I don't know, what would you, fraud. Fraud led him into thinking he had a self-defense
no,
situation,
but
which
it's
would be
funny.
justified. But it's a
Some
good point
people,
because how could you tell without intent? You have to rely on intent for something like that, which
no,
is why I wouldn't eliminate intent from our legal system because, as far as I know, we don't have the philosophical system to replace it with. Like a situation like that, you obviously, intent is how you sort that out. So that really happened, you're saying?
yeah, it's something that actually
Where was
happened.
that? And they
I don't
did
remember.
they did get her for murder or for assistance or something like this. They got her for.
No, she was charged. She was charged and she got
Yeah,
locked
I
up.
wonder what the crime was they used her for. But anyway, yeah, that's
No,
interesting.
I think I think it was I think it was manslaughter or something like that.
Well,
But they
they could
did
probably
punish her
get her for
harshly.
inciting a murder or some sort of incitement of a murder. Getting somebody to murder somebody else. There's which is
Yeah, but
often
Pyro, the thing is,
often like a manslaughter amount of years, 8 years type thing.
some people were actually saying that the husband shouldn't have killed the guy. Like they're
Yeah,
saying that he murdered the guy.
right.
You get what I'm saying? They're saying
Well,
that he
because
could have warned and
in the
no, hold on.
future, you would think, don't murder him. Tell him to
No,
stop. But I mean,
no, but
or
hold
something.
on.
But
The thing is that even though obviously the husband, felt bad. Like, come on, he didn't want to kill the guy, but he's trying to protect his family. And even though people knew that, they were still saying that he shouldn't have killed that guy. Now, me personally, if I see some guy fucking my wife and she cried out rape, chances are I'm gonna put his ass down,
yeah,
right? And if it's a situation where now whether he was actually doing it or not, I would still feel sad about it, right? I would, because it's a life, right? Um, and
what
like,
about this example? What if, let me just create one out of whole cloth here, similar idea. Let's say the wife had gotten the husband to rob a bank, telling him, for example, well, the owners of that bank robbed my family or some lie or something, and she defrauds him into doing that. He would be, in that case, I would say he goes to jail with the other bank robbers.
yeah, him
Oops.
and the
Bad,
wife.
bad wife. Yeah, the wife too, but bad choice of wife. Sometimes people fool you into doing, so it's funny because I'm not changing my answer. I'd say it's her fault and he should get off in the murder, but in the bank robbery, make him go to jail. So it doesn't seem too consistent, me looking at myself, but that's my instinct.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Um, Let me present and showing
Well,
broadcast.
there's a Nietzschean idea where your philosophy is you're on a staircase and you're trying to go into the future and you're going to die on one of the stairs. So sometimes I see this kind of stuff of like, I say, it's fine. Of course he killed him. But in the future, I would hope there would be a society where that guy would take control of the situation without killing the other guy, and it could all be sorted out. I wish we didn't kill
Hey, Servo,
the insane kids.
what do
I
you
wish
think
they could
about
have been
all
on
of this?
trial. You know.
No, I get you. Hey, Laura, you there? What do you think
Yeah,
about all
yeah,
of this?
sure. Think about what?
Were you listening to the conversation? We were talking about um, whether or
I
not murder in general is like insane.
well, I
Yeah,
think
and
murder,
also
murder
intent.
by definition.
I didn't hear. Please repeat that.
Oh, well, I mean, you didn't say like is killing insane. You said is murder insane, and like by
Right.
definition.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Because killing, no, because if we believe in self-defense, though we could probably even break that into a controversy. But yeah, that's what I was arguing, is that basically once somebody kills somebody, they were insane. You could try to find out what went into that, but emotionally they must have lost their shit.
I don't think people being like losing their shit emotionally is going to is insane. I think it's something that's just natural. It just happens. I mean, I mean, I do understand what you're saying, like because there are some people who when they do lose themselves emotionally, like they lose all like they lose control of themselves basically. So I do so with that in mind, right? I'm actually inclined to agree with you, up to a certain point, right? So I'm not outright saying that you're wrong. You get what I'm saying? I'm just saying for the
Yeah.
most part, when a person, has certain reasons or sits and premeditated, and plans out a murder of some of sort, right? Then they're really not crazy at that point, right? They're very sane. They're very rational. When
But wait, that can't be, because think about it, all the serial murders, the Ted Bundys, they're all like that, very methodical and planning. And you can't possibly think that was insane. I mean,
yeah,
sane.
that's like saying, you know, all like every single leader of every single country that's ever went to war is insane because believe it or not, they've all planned the killing of someone else,
Yeah.
and
But
it's
I
not,
do
and
believe that.
most of it is.
I do believe that. I think that's something we need to face. Yes, our nations have been insane. Our leadership has been insane. That's why we're in a world of killing and war, is because there's so many excuses to do it. And there isn't an excuse. And we
Pyro,
know
I
that.
like you. I like you, bro, and you should join in the conversation more. But I would not vote you to become president.
No, you're not the only one that would not.
I would rather put Lucid in the office, even though he's probably just gonna sit in a rocking chair and just
Yeah, no, and
chill.
this
Well,
murder
yeah.
shit's the least of it, man. You haven't even heard half the crazy shit I want to do.
Well, one of the weird things about it too is like in the state of Texas, if I heard someone out there messing with my truck and I went out there and they were trying to steal my truck, I can legally kill them.
Yeah,
Now, I wouldn't. Um,
shoot him in
I
the ass.
what I mean, I might grab a gun and walk out the back door and let them know, hey, stop fucking my truck, try to stop them. Now, but I wouldn't just kill them. Although, if I walked out there and they were aggressive to me, at that point, it becomes self defense and I'd kill them. But the my truck is not worth the life of
The
another
life.
human being.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
and that's the difference. Now, one of the things, the case
And
in
that's wise, because
yeah,
if that's your sanity there, right? Realizing that, you know what, it's not going to be worth it, because you're going to have at least a few nights bad sleep. I mean, no matter how cold or you want to be about it, right? And you wouldn't be that cold, so it's just not worth it. That's
yeah, and
sanity, that
yeah,
feeling.
the thing about it is though is it's like on top of that, a lot of criminals are that would do such a thing are a lot of them are young, making their early stupid mistakes to learn from, and I believe they deserve a chance to learn from their stupid mistakes.
Yeah.
And you
I'm
shouldn't,
I'm with that
you,
too.
yeah, you shouldn't end a life for that. And even if the person is like, up in their 30s or something like that, and still doing that kind of thing, it's because they've more than likely they've had a lot of stupid mistakes and not been put in a situation where I mean, where they had to change. Basically, it comes down to in some cases, it comes down to desperate people do desperate things.
Right.
Yeah, and this person is desperate within their society for whatever reason, um, and I don't want to kill them for it.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean, it's and you see that's the thing, right? It's like while like I really I'm not against people owning guns. Shit, I want to own guns, right? It's just a situation where sometimes people just they'll come off as being really fucking trigger happy, and like I don't believe mentally unstable people should fucking own those things, because like if someone is even just maybe walking up to you to ask for help or something like that, like, and you perceive that person as just being on it, you're telling them to get off your property, and obviously they're not gonna just turn away simply, especially if they really need help, like like at that point, like they're at your
Excuse
mercy,
me.
right? And you can put them down, and because you're pissed for whatever reason, you can fucking take someone out. And it's crazy. Like I do, I have no issues with people owning guns. I just don't want the people who are unstable or fucking criminals to fucking be able to get their hands on them. Like that's what I that's what I don't want. Like I have no issue with people getting it to protect themselves and their families, but I do believe that, in order to maintain the freedom, you need some form of regulation. Not saying there isn't regulation, right? But let's be honest. In some fucking states, there's literally none.
well, one of the I mean, it's not as unregulated as a lot of people are led to believe, but
That's true.
because you go buy a gun, you got to pass a background check, federal background check. You know, the but one of the things that I have a bigger problem with is taking care of two things. Basically, desperate people do desperate things. Let's try to
Hmm.
create fewer desperate people in
Yeah.
society. The other one is if someone is like having serious mental problems, whether it's a lifelong or just a short-term thing, we don't have a system currently to help them,
Hmm.
and that's a problem. So we can't, you know, basically, in order to for someone to fail a background check based on mental problems, they will have had to have been committed to a mental institution by a court of law,
Yeah.
not just voluntary. You know, um,
That should change.
yeah, and we need a better way of evaluating these people and stuff. I don't and helping. You want a better
Yeah.
society? You have to help the desperate,
Hmm.
the and the mentally disabled or challenged or whatever the situation is. I mean, mental issues are a big deal in society, but we don't currently have a good system for it yet.
That's true. I agree. I agree. Go to the crux of the problems, basically. Damn,
It's,
yo,
it,
you should just drop some knowledge, son.
I mean, one of the big that was one of the big things about the Sandy Hook thing that really, really was frustrating. His mom knew he had mental problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, holy fuck, why isn't she in prison?
shit,
She
shit sucks, man.
she contributed to the problem, giving by allowing him access. I mean, the father who didn't live with him also knew. Now, the father should have reported, hey, he's got guns available to this mentally screwed up kid, I think there may be an issue. Nobody did know. And a more extreme case is the dude out there in California that went around because he wanted to get back at blonde chicks or whatever. He's totally fucked in the head, And after the police visited him and all that, but family complained about this stuff. They looked at his YouTube channel. Why didn't they apply to his YouTube channel? Because the day before he went out on this rampage, he posted a thing saying tomorrow that I'm going out for my revenge tomorrow. And he was very angry. I mean, you had to see the video. I actually downloaded it before they wiped his account.
Really?
This kid had fucking issues, and all it would have taken was for the police department or somebody in the family, someone, just to subscribe to his damn YouTube account. So when a new video was uploaded, they would have gotten a notification. Log on it, see? It's like, holy crap, this motherfucker needs to be picked up. They could have picked him up before this shit happened, and they didn't. We don't handle mental issues very well.
Nope, we don't.
And it's really frustrating. And the same thing goes for, a lot of other issues in society other than that type thing. Just like, desperate people do desperate things. If someone sneaks in a store and steals some food and everything, well, maybe you should consider, why are they stealing the food? They're hungry.
Yep.
I mean, they're doing it. It's a crime of desperation. So.
Well, I think that I wanted to say, I've been waiting to just say that I've been thinking, trying to become wise as I get older. What you said about desperate people, and really the main solution has to be reducing the desperation, which is something we know how to do, right? Basically, there's things that make people desperate. I think that's the solution that we have to focus on. I mean, that's what we're not working on at all. It's, well, maybe we're working on a little bit, but basically that's the problem we're ignoring. People are in desperate situations, and then their kids grow up desperate, and then that leads to mental problems where if you remove the desperation, it might be a little bit too late. They're already emotionally programmed into a desperate attitude, and that's what we have to solve. I just thought that was a very good comment.
Oh yeah, it's a compounding issue in some cultures, basically, subcultures, basically. It just depends on where you grew up, what situation, I mean, it's kind of like if you grew up living in projects where you see people dealing drugs all the time, and, this is like the thug life is, what you're used to seeing is normal, you're liable to think it's normal,
Yeah.
There's a problem with that.
Guys, I'm going to jump off. We'll get some sleep.
What, you're going to get off?
Yeah, I actually, clear your minds, people. Yeah, I gotta actually go into the office tomorrow and do a bunch of work. My life sucks, I know. All right, country girl. It's nice to hear your voice.
All right, later.
All right, man, later. Pyro, come through more.
All right, later, yeah.
There's a lot of shit we need to discuss. A lot of shit, man.
Yep, we need to fix the world.
All right, goodbye.
Yeah, but it's evolving at a rapid pace.
Yep.
I mean, it's amazing the attitudes, even when I was a kid, with all the fucked up things. When I think back to what the world's like, things are improving. It's not fast enough, or we don't want to praise it. It's rolling along. It's moving along. The attitudes and the conditions of people. Now, some of it's weird, but like, for example, 100 years ago, no country had a life expectancy longer than 40 years. Now none has one less.
Yeah.
Another way of putting it is the life expectancy in Africa is 40 years, and that's not very cool. But I mean, so there's two ways to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems to fix. It's just like, kind of discussions we've had, like, about, I mean, uh, about problems of crime, and desperation and stuff like that. Just like the drug war, there are aspects of it that get involved in all that. There's, this separation of them and us attitudes and stuff. Um, you know, it's it's the other thing is as far as um, the empowerment of women type thing, and some pretty simple pretty simple education for a large part of the world who simply doesn't have it, even in our society here. Um, there's a lot of things that need to be taken care of. But I think I mean, slowly, it's a generational thing. It's changing, but it takes a bit of time.
Well, I mean, what kind of change are you looking for?
I don't know. I want ice cream for everybody, but not going to happen. Uh, I don't know. It's something we got to work on. It's just like you know, in the early '90s, our government made a big mistake. I understand why they did it, but still, it was a mistake. That where they a lot of people held in um, uh, state and federal funded um, mental institutions um, were released, and the ones that weren't did well, the ones that they evaluated and claimed were not a danger to themselves and others. But the problem is these people also had no idea how to live in the outside world and properly care for themselves. Um, that was a big problem, and so that you ended up with um, a lot of organizations trying to set up soup kitchens and stuff just to help those people that were getting out on the streets who couldn't even hold a job. I mean, they had no, there wasn't a process gone through. They just opened the door and said, "Okay, you're fine, leave." I mean, this is a screwed up system when they did that. That could have been handled better for those people. There's a lot of
Yeah.
other changes. There's a lot of other changes, but it's we kind of got to learn them, learn how to deal with you know
Well,
all
I
the
mean,
various problems.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm assuming you know why they closed it down, though.
Well, well, actually, like in San Antonio, there was a San Antonio State Hospital. They didn't close it down. They reduced the budget, and it was based on federal budget because it was federally reimbursed a percentage of it and all that. And without with the federal cutting off the reimbursement for their percentage, they couldn't afford to keep them. So they went through a process as best they could of vetting these people and letting them out. But there's also the fact that it's not illegal to be crazy, you know, as long as you're not harming yourself or others. And it has, there's a couple. I mean, there's two different reasons. One, there was a financial incentive for it by the federal government, but there was also the fact that um, these people have rights, sort of. Um, but I don't think it was honored very well because they should have gone through a process to where at least they could get jobs as dishwashers or something, whatever their capability could have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
Where
I
they,
mean, I was pretty sure that the main driving factor why we don't have these type of institutions anymore is because of the various forms of abuse that would take place.
well, that actually started way before the '90s when we got rid of some of that stuff. Through the '70s and '80s is when that started getting more and more attention and getting fixed because of kind of like even I think it was the early '60s where there were mental institutions that would do a lobotomy on a gay person. I
The
mean,
good old days.
it was fucking nuts. Well, by the '70s and '80s, that extreme stuff had stopped. But I don't have a problem with it them releasing these people who were not a danger to themselves or others, and the recognition that they do have civil rights still. They're not frickin' animals, but um, because that's kind of what it was, civil rights issue. But when you take someone who you've institutionalized for years, you need to condition them and get them to understand, um, you know, how to get along in the world, not just open the door and tell them, "Hey, I'll see you later."
Yeah, but
You know, I
do
mean,
we still have people like that?
as far as I know, I mean, I haven't seen anything showing it. It's not to say it doesn't happen, because I mean, I've known people who personally I think these people are nuts. I mean, one in particular that I mean, the guy's clearly just freaking out of his goddamn mind. But and I know he's involved in identity theft. Can't prove it. He's a computer whiz as far as being able to hack systems, but he's
Is it
nuts.
someone here on G Plus?
Nah, um, just somebody here in Texas. And the thing about it is that the police don't have any reason to arrest him or do anything because he's. I mean, they can't. They don't. They can't. You can't prove that he's doing like identity theft type stuff, whatever, because he's actually really good at what he's doing. But the and I mean, he's been arrested before for like criminal trespass at a restaurant years ago, several years ago, where he just, I mean, he thought the big biblical apocalypse was upon us, and he was like preaching to everybody and wouldn't leave, and they called the cops, and he refused to leave and kept preaching, and and very weird preaching. But anyway, the way he talks, and basically they arrested him for criminal trespass. Um, Later on, and just a couple days later, they arrested him for um, basically lying about his identity to a cop. If a cop asks you for your name and you give him a false name, that's a crime. Um,
Well, depends on situations.
well, it depends on state a lot too. Um, but basically, so they got him for that, and then um, the court had him go through a 72-hour psych evaluation, but his parents have money, So his parents transferred him. Had it. In other words, the state only did the 72-hour evaluation, and then his parents funded him to be put in an institution. So it wasn't court ordered, so it's not on legal record, so he can still buy a gun.
Well, I mean, Wait, well, first I'll ask, Debate Coliseum, Mr. Roswell wants to join in as a heads up. But continuing with you, Lucas, or Lucid, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as he's functioning, does it really matter?
I mean, it's not a big deal at this point. I don't know that, although he did try to back over me the other day because he showed up recently again, and he not a very sane guy. But I'm assuming, and I don't know for sure, that when he backed up towards me trying to back over me, I think what he was doing was simply trying to intimidate. Can't say for sure either way, because you can't get into someone else's head as to their intent.
You could always kill him.
Yeah, but
is this just an argument about killing the mentally insane?
Yeah, I don't think that would be appropriate.
Well, why not?
Well, the dead don't suffer no pain.
Sorry.
I was only speaking about that single individual, but I mean, if you're out and about and you're blasting a couple people, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, but, I mean,
would it not be better if we just got rid of the ones that are just mentally gone, deficient, insane, instead of them letting them suffer?
I mean, I guess we could start euthanizing people on that grounds, but, it's best not to set a precedent in regards to that kind of stuff, because, I mean... Yeah.
Yeah, next thing you know, your neighbor's reporting to the cops that you're nuts, and next thing you know, you're gone. So, I mean, and currently, I mean, there's probably things we can do. I don't know exactly how to handle it because politicians got it pretty screwed up already. I don't know what that, I don't really know the answer to it, but living in his head has got to be a horrible place to live, I'm sure.
Yeah. But, so why let him suffer?
I mean, basically because we don't have the right to take his life. Because he's not. They base it. The law bases it on mainly, is he a danger to himself or others?
Well, if he's in a mental institution, then no. But like I said before, why let him suffer a painful existence, a confused existence, one where he thinks he's literally in hell? Why do that?
Well, he could always kill himself. So I mean, obviously, he hasn't done it yet.
But do you really want to give an insane man the means of which to kill himself?
I mean, he's insane. I mean, at this point, it's going to happen eventually. Let's not kid ourselves here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, I mean, it just depends. There's, I mean, you can't start making those decisions where sort of like in the, back in the 40s when someone could decide, well, someone who is like this is insane and we'll just, give them a lobotomy.
Well, if
or whatever
this was enacted, or I don't even know how it would be. Well, let's just say it was. Wouldn't there be like strict guidelines under which like they have to be like completely mentally insane or horribly schizophrenic or something of the sort? You don't think there would be some regulations, like you couldn't just go around killing depressed people because they're mentally ill?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, is that's one of the things the law has a problem with. Legislating something that would give reasonable guidelines and everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would hope so, but like, look at like when lobotomies were first being done, they would be used on children who are just being a bit uppity. So lol, that was hilarious.
Yep, I got to go look for him.
Well, Jim or Lucid, if you're still
think-
listening.
He kicked everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know that his avatar was a sniper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's it was as soon as I heard the music, I already knew what was going to happen. He was very on the nose. I'm going to say that. I appreciate that kind of stuff. It's very well done, medium rare. But yeah, hey Jim, Lucid, if you're listening, feel free to join back in. You weren't kicked on purpose. There you go. So what do you want to talk about?
Me? I'm probably gonna go to bed.
You know what? I also enjoy talking about beds. Well, it is what it is. Happenstance. Perhaps it was fate.
Perhaps.
Oh, howdy, Jim.
I don't really trust Jim either.
I mean, he was a nice fellow. I kind of liked the American flag, even though it had no stars.
I didn't like the way you chatted until I got in here to let you in the room. That wasn't cool, dude.
Oh, hey, Sniper. Hey, Sniper. I mean, it's well done. I don't know how else to say it. It's very well done. Yeah, a man can't always take himself too seriously. You know, sometimes you gotta have fun. I mean, that's why we're here on the internet. Yeah, I can't. Well, I mean, that's how people are sometimes on here on the Google Plus. They get a bit too involved in the community. I'm just gonna leave it there. I don't want to name anything, but sometimes it's best to step away from the computer. Otherwise, this kind of.
You need mental health. In other words, you're a fucking asshole.
Are you talking to Jim?
Little life stories, bro. And Yeah, asshole. And I'm fixing to report your ass.
Or he wasn't that bad, you know. I've been to Texas. It's like mostly Mexicans there, though. So you're just saying that Mexicans hate blacks? Oh wait, she's from Texas?
No, I'm not from Texas.
Yeah. Honestly, I have no clue what kind of accent that is. But yeah, hey, can you let in what is it? Majad Nazir? Man, what kind of
No,
name is
not
that?
gonna do that either. All
He
these
looks
little
like
he's Jim. All these little sock accounts. I don't appreciate them.
that's a mad fire there. Well, because it's inherently false, but it's also hilarious. Yeah, well, because you can't. How can you have kids if you don't have the D, man? Well, I mean, I can. I guess we could do this in the chat. I mean, we could carry conversation like that. You seem to. Are you like a regular or something?
Me?
I was talking to Life Stories because he seems to know a lot about you. Do you two know each other by chance?
Nope.
Well, good on you, Life Stories. I mean, this is probably one of the better places to do it. Apparently she didn't like your tone, Jim. Or in the chat, apparently. So technically it was the tone of your typing, technically, which is that's a weird way of putting it. I mean, I already know Life Stories. I think I've seen her before. I don't know, but then again, I'm a bit big myself. Gotta work on that. I love handles. Yeah, see, Jim's apologizing. He just wants to join into the debate and have a good time. Oh well, he left. Damn. I could hear you typing, Jake. Do you have His voice sounds familiar. Is he I think I've heard you before.
About as much as your fucking mama.
I don't know. I thought that dude. I thought that dude sounded like Jason.
I don't know, Jason.
I heard some dude, but they sound similar. But then again, a lot of people have a similar voice. If they're from the same city, they might have the same accent. So that doesn't necessarily mean anything on the internet. Well, it's yeah. I think I'm gonna scoot on out of here. Find some. Oh, you were gonna say?
Nothing.
Yeah. I'm gonna mosey on out of here. All right. See ya.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right. Have a good night.
You too, and have a good sleep.
I will.